adventure in the deep blue sea. Home is with you wherever that may be. Home is with you wherever that may be.
Yes, thanks, Karen. Good morning, councillors, officers and ladies and gentlemen. Could I open the meeting? And firstly, I'd like to begin by, with the acknowledgement to country, I'd like to begin by acknowledging the traditional custodians of the land in which we meet today, the Darumbal people, and pay my respects to the elders past, present and emerging. I'd like to extend that respect to our neighbouring Aboriginal peoples within our local government area, the Gungaloo Nation people, the Barada, Cabelbarra and Yetamarala people, and also acknowledge the Torres Strait Islanders peoples whose land is in the Torres Strait but who live and work on Aboriginal land. Councillors, if I may, I'd like to call for a minute's silence this morning just to acknowledge the two police officers who lost their lives in the line of duty yesterday. And also a member of the public. So if I could ask you to stand and we'll take a minute's silence in honour of that. Okay, thank you, councillors. I'll ask you to remain standing while I invite Father Terry Locke to the podium just to bless the meeting this morning. Thank you, councillors. There's nothing worse than having to do something like that this time of the year. So thank you. Thanks, Father Terry.
Thank you, Tony. Good morning, my brothers and sisters in this atmosphere. Let us pray. Loving God, you sent Jesus into our world to reveal you as the God who is love for everything he has created, and to teach us how to become the truly loving people that you created us to be. Jesus taught us about leadership. He said, "You know that the rulers of the Gentiles lord it over them and make their authority felt. But it shall not be so among you. Rather, whoever wants to be great among you shall be your servant. Whoever wants to be the first among you shall be your slave." Father, give to these men and women who have been chosen by their respective communities to be counsellors the gift of being servant leaders. Give them the gift of being good listeners to their constituents and to each other, so that together they may discuss the best way forward with regard to all the issues that face them. And especially that being good listeners, all councillors are provided with the opportunity of being heard. May they be truly open to the gift of wisdom that you offer to all who are open to receive it. We make our prayer in Jesus' name, our only mediator between ourselves and you, our God, who lives and reigns with you, Father, and the Holy Spirit, forever and ever. Amen. All the best.
Thank you, councillors. Thanks very much, Father. Do appreciate that. Have a lovely Christmas. Okay, councillors, on a brighter note, can I thank Councillor Rutherford for her special touch with the Christmas decorations on the table. It does really lighten up the atmosphere in the council this time of the year. So, thanks, Councillor Rutherford. I do appreciate that. Okay, councillors, we have a bit of a change in the agenda this morning. There has been there's an announcement with Minister Catherine King and Minister Mark Bailey coming to town just to announce the Ring Road project, and they've asked for my attendance. I've also penned a letter to Mark Bailey last week asking for a catch-up with him when he was in town, so I've taken that opportunity this morning, so we'll look to move the agenda around. But firstly, we'll deal with the items on the agenda, and then we get there and we'll change those around as we work forward. So present we have a full complement. Just have Councillor Fisher via Teams online. So could I seek a mover and a seconder with the confirmation of the minutes from the meeting held on the 22nd of November be confirmed as a true and accurate record, please? Move Councillor Smith, seconded Councillor Wickerson. I'll put that. Those in favour? Those opposed? Motion's carried unanimously. Moving on to item 5, the declarations in interest and matter on the agenda. Councillors, do we have any declarations? If not, and we find that there's something that arises during the course of the meeting, please bring that to everyone's attention. Item 6, outstanding business, nil. Public forums, deputations, nil. And presentations of petitions, nil. Moving on to committee reports, 9.1, the Audit and Business Improvement Committee meeting held on the 24th of November 2022. The minutes from those meetings, move Councillor Latcham, seconded Councillor Kirkland. Any comments on that or discussion? Councillor Kirkland?
Thanks, Mr Mayor. I probably just really wanted to bring to the attention of the table that there was some discussion around moving forward, just talking about item 9.1.4, the Enterprise Risk Management Policy Framework, and that the Audit Committee suggested that we have those documents amended to reflect the 2018 standard version. They didn't quite do that throughout there. There was also some conversation around the slow improvement of staff work-related injuries, and just for us as a council to be aware of that and to be vigilant around that, I suppose. It was a great meeting with lots of conversation that flowed from a number of these items, and yeah, happy to second that be received. Okay,
thanks very much for that update, Councillor Kirkland, and that's noted. If there are no further questions or comment, I'll put that. Those in favour? Those opposed? Motion's carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. Now, councillors, looking to change the order of the agenda, just while we have all the planning officers and items on there. So I'd like to move that we deal with item 11.7 through to 11.12 as the agenda be changed, and then revert back to the other items, if that's okay, while we have all the officers here at the meeting. So it's 11.12. Yes, and while we've got Councillor Fisher there as well. Councillor Fisher has a funeral to attend this morning. That's another reason we... and then revert back to 11.1, so we'll put that in the item. So I'm happy to move, seek a second with regards to that. Councillor Latcham. I'll just let Karen catch up on that and then we'll go from there. Move myself, seconded Councillor Latcham. Put that, councillors. Those in favour? Those opposed? Motion's carried unanimously. Thank you. So we'll move on to item 11.7 and we'll ask the officers to present that report. Sorry, councillor, I'm working from a hard copy this morning. I forgot to plug my iPad into the charger last night, so it's on the charger at the moment. So as we walk through. Thanks very much. Could you present the report?
Good to go. Good morning, Mayor and Councillors. Morton Co lodged a development application seeking a development permit for material change of use for intensive animal industry and environmentally relevant activity for intensive animal feedlotting. There we go. The development's proposed over 3 lots. Lot 21 will be used for the feedlot pens and associated infrastructure. Lots 2 and 3, located approximately 2 kilometres to the west of Lot 21, will be used for effluent and manure disposal and may support ancillary cropping as well. While Council is the assessment manager for the development application, the Department of Agriculture and Fisheries is responsible for the assessment and enforcement of the Environmental Authority to conduct the environmentally relevant activity for the intensive animal feedlotting. This includes assessing and regulating such matters as air, water, noise, land and waste. The proposals for a beef cattle feedlot with a maximum capacity of 36,500 standard cattle units. A standard cattle unit is an animal with a live weight between 550 and 600 kilos. And the development will occur over 2 stages, with stage 1 being about 67%. Lot 21 at the right-hand side of the screen, just that way over there, will include approximately 200 pens with supporting buildings and infrastructure immediately to the north of the pens. These include grain bunkers, water storage, feed mill and storage, animal hospitals and staff amenities. Effluent irrigation and dry manure areas are proposed over lots 2 and 3 to the west, with a dedicated pipeline for effluent connecting both lots 21 to lots 2 and 3. A water pipeline with an allocation from the Fitzroy River via the Rookwood Weir will extend through to lot 21. 1,373 properly made submissions were received during the public notification period, including with the majority being from people interstate and overseas. All submissions except one were received by a single animal rights group and generally followed a standard template with the same concerns raised throughout. The grounds of the submission objecting to the proposal and how they have been responded to are addressed in Council's report. The grounds of the remaining submission from the one person locally the grounds related to animal welfare, which is separately regulated by the Department of Agriculture and Fisheries. There was concerns around pollution and environmental impacts, which again are regulated under the Environmental Authority by the Department of Agriculture and Fisheries. The development generally complies with the provisions included in the applicable planning scheme codes and will not compromise the strategic framework. Technical reporting provided by the applicant demonstrates the proposal can appropriately manage external impacts subject to reasonable and relevant conditions imposed in both Council's development permit and in the Environmental Authority. Therefore, the development application is recommended for approval subject to reasonable and relevant conditions.
Okay, thanks very much, Brendan. Councillors, I'll speak in favour of the recommendation. I'm happy to move. Again, this development actually dovetails into Rockhampton's reputation as being the beef capital of Australia, and having a continuity of cattle to feed into the processing plants, create jobs and boost our economy. Also, the sale yards, it's a great asset and can coexist in that space with the sale yards at Gracemere as well. It is something there that we have been actively engaged in seeking this type of development over the years, and it's one there that's keen to see the fruits of the Rookwood Weir now coming to fruition with a project of this scale, and what it means as far as local jobs and boost to the local economy. So I'm happy to move and have a second. As Councillor Latcham. Did we wish to suspend standing orders, councillors, while we talk to this, or just comments or questions? Questions? Councillor Rutherford?
Thanks, Mr Mayor. I do have a number of questions, please. I
Yep.
certainly don't have issues. I agree with you about the intent of the feedlot, but I do have a number of concerns that are attached to it. If I can start first with the flooding,
Yep.
it's heavily impacted with flooding there.
Yep.
What's the mitigation for a lot of the effluent and everything sort of being brought through once down the river to our catchment once it floods?
Yeah, so the way the effluent disposal, like I said, over lots 2 and 3, which are the flood affected lots. Now my understanding is that the way that the Environmental Authority is conditioned is in such a way that it anticipates that flooding, and those impacts are obviously mitigated. The intent is that obviously even in a flood event, the development will be able to continue to operate and mitigate those impacts. There's also south of the Pens, there's a separate irrigation area which will be utilised during a flood event, where effluent can be irrigated, so it's outside a flood hazard area as well.
Sorry, when you say mitigate, how are they mitigating it? Because it's with the mines, they just say, oh, the solution to pollution is dilution.
Yeah.
Is that what they're saying with this as well?
Well, look, to be honest, there probably is an element of that, but like I was saying, when there is a flood event, there is the option of a separate irrigation area immediately south of the Pens outside the flood hazard area.
Brendan, Jamie's there. You might be able to answer that question specifically with regards to that. Thank you. Thanks, Jamie.
Morning, councillors, Mr Mayor. As Brendan suggested, separate irrigation area when those lots 2 and 3, I believe, to the west,
Yeah.
are inundated. So lot 21 does not get inundated by riverine flooding. In a rain event, they have anticipated some flooding, so all the clear water will get diverted around the Pen area via a bunding scenario. We also have 2 large sedimentation basins directly to the south of the Pen areas, and then we have effluent ponding areas to the south of the sediment ponding areas. So we actually have 2 effluent ponding areas. So we have the main ponding area where all the sediment settles out and then weir flows over, and then we have a backup effluent ponding area as well for times of flood, but also in times where the main effluent ponding area has to be cleaned out, they can use the backup area. So they have given some considerations to flooding as in a rain event over that area, but as far as riverine flooding goes, the site doesn't get impacted. The effluent irrigation infrastructure is relocatable. So any of that infrastructure over on lots 2 and 3, it can be moved, and it'll be moved into the backup irrigation area. This is all controlled, by the way, as part of the Environmental Authority and DAF. So we've sort of let them basically administer and police that side of things, although we have kept aware of it, I suppose.
Thank you.
Supplement question, Councillor Rutherford?
Yes, Mr Mayor, and this is about the roads, and I'm very concerned about this. And Karen, I'm wondering if you can just Google 3rd Street at Gogango and bring up a map. So the hours of operation are 3 a.m. to 9 p.m, and they're saying 48 truck movements. That's right through a residential part of Gogango. So when they talk about moving trucks through the night, they're within, in some cases, 2 metres of people's homes. And that's a real concern when the widening of that 3rd Street, the last time they widened 3rd Street, they took a portion of Dunphy Park. So I'm worried that they're going to take more of Dunphy Park, but it won't necessarily fix, 3rd Street.
So why would they take more of the road, councillor? Just a
It's
clarification. on that.
part of the requirement here is to widen it to let the cattle trains through.
Sorry.
It actually, when you come off the highway, so it's a right angle off the highway, you run straight into a house, so all the headlights are hitting that house. You take a sharp right, and then you take another sharp left. So there is really dogleg bends that these heavy vehicles have to get around, and then there's a channel cut, and it's within a metre of these people's front fence.
Yep.
On the front.
So the map's on there. Jamie, did you have a response on that one?
Yeah, look, hours of operation, I might let Brendan talk to that comment. But as far as localised widening goes, extending of culverts, so that is correct. So there was a road safety audit done as part of the traffic impact assessment. So 3rd Street, Riversley and Thirsty Creek Road all have some localised widening in specific areas to suit the road train scenario, to ensure that the manoeuvres can occur safely and they're contained within their half of the road. They're not actually going over the centre line. So from a safety perspective, those upgrades have been recommended as part of that road safety audit.
Yeah, so Mr Mayor, can I?
Yeah, you're right.
So Jamie, but whose land are they going to take to widen that so that they can do it?
So I don't believe any conversations have occurred as yet with any other landowners that they may need to discuss with regards to doing that widening. That would get discussed as part of operational works if it's not contained within road reserve.
Yep. Karen, can you put the layer on that's image, please? So that's the residential part of Gogengo, and these trucks are going straight through all of these from 3 a.m. to 9 p.m. So that's 3rd Street with the red dot.
And they go up to 2nd Street or
Then they go up.
turn at Willis Street?
Well, I'm hoping not, because that's the school. That's the other thing. You've got a school there, and that's where all the school traffic is.
Straight up and go right into 2nd.
Because they've stopped the school traffic coming down Willis Street, because that intersection between 3rd and Willis now is very dangerous for school traffic, so you can only go up there, not back. So back, not up. So you have to do the loop from 3rd to 2nd into Willis already because of the traffic from Rookwood Weir. So we know it's already an issue, and we're talking about 48 movements a day of cattle trains, through here.
Sorry, Councillor Rutherford, if I could just comment there as well. So we currently have roughly 23 in peak hour, already B-doubles traversing that route, and peak hour ultimate development with background traffic will go to 39. So it'll be an additional 16 movements in peak hour. So as part of Rookwood, there's already 23 vehicles doing that manoeuvre. So it's a little bit hard to see that plan, but what they're doing is coming off the intersection into 3rd Street, into 2nd Street, and then into Riversley Road. And then they do a right off Riversley into Thirsty Creek.
Yep, I don't understand what you're trying to say, Jamie. That's exactly the issue that I'm saying there is, because that 3rd Street off the highway, this is an old plan, but the upgrades for Rookwood brings the road in right at that house. See that white roof there? So the road comes straight into there, takes a sharp right and then a sharp left. So
Is there any possibility to get near maps up just to have a look at the new road construction that's occurred through there?
Mr Mayor, the reason I'm worried about this is the roadwork that was done for the traffic for Rookwood has not been considerate of the residential area at all, and this is just going to make that worse. So, you know, I'd really like to see whether maybe there is an alternate way of getting those trucks through that doesn't take them right through to through the residential part of Go Gang Go.
Should have been thought of when they did the turn off.
Yeah, yeah.
Well, probably through the chair, I agree with what you're saying, but I think in terms of that area being developed into the future, there probably will be some expectation that maybe that has to be upgraded into the future, but as part of this single development, whether that's done now, whether that's reasonable or relevant to this specific development application, and it might be something that council needs to identify in future trunk infrastructure works to provide that.
It's hard to put that pressure on to this because it's the movements from this application are not, it's a road, and the movements are there, but from this application, that's not enough to say.
Well, we obviously did it for the Rookwood Weir upgrade because the amount of money that was spent on that, for that work to go ahead.
For the project.
Yeah, for that project. And, you know, I think that my personal opinion is that that work was wrong.
The work was wrong.
The work was wrong for a residential, to go past residential.
Oh, through that.
Yeah, yeah. So they've taken, off a main highway, they've taken a road straight, lights and traffic go straight into the side of someone's house.
Probably just through the chair, probably just one comment. Like you said, there's obviously a number of vehicle movements, whether those are all within those hours which you've described, and obviously some of them would be, and again, whether it's reasonable or relevant to require the applicant to construct a whole new road to bypass the town for X amount of vehicle movements, which wouldn't be necessarily the amount you described. So I think, like, my view is that going to the future, there's a need probably for council to identify in its local government infrastructure plan a new road that potentially bypasses that residential area, which future development applications and future developments would need to contribute towards.
Brendan, I'm going straight from your report. It says 24 vehicle movements per day,
Yeah.
which is 48 movements.
Yeah.
So that's more than what Jamie just said, and that's what's written in the report.
Yeah.
And it says a 3 a.m.
Yeah.
to 9 p.m.
That's right, and
timeframe
that's for the course of the whole day. So I guess what I'm trying to say is that not all those vehicle movements are within that 3 till 6 or 6 till 9 p.m. period.
So,
So
yes,
this
Jamie,
is-
there's an upgraded image there, Councillor Rutherford. Jamie?
So through the chair, Councillor Rutherford, if I could just confirm, so that the 23 existing trips, so the background trips, are in peak hour, and that goes to 39 in peak hour with the development. So we're talking about an existing 16 trips in peak hour. So that's not over the whole day. So as you can see from the plan there, we've got significant upgrades to the intersection with the highway. We've got upgrades with the horizontal curves there through 3rd Street, through 2nd Street, as we go into Riversley Road, and then further up the intersection with Thirsty Creek Road. So the consulting engineer has done a traffic impact assessment, a road safety audit and a pavement impact assessment, looked at the condition of the existing road network, all the safety upgrades that need to be made. Essentially, the upgrades are quite minor as far as the local widening goes on those horizontal curves, because they're already constructed to suit a B-double swept path, which is commensurate with the Rookwood scenario. So the road train swept path is slightly more, so there's slightly additional road widening on those horizontal curves. There is some upgrades to that intersection with the state-controlled road, and there's also some upgrades to the intersection with Thirsty Creek Road. And there's also upgrades as far as widening goes on Thirsty Creek Road with horizontal curves through there as well. So there has been a comprehensive assessment done of that road network, and those design vehicles are able to traverse that network safely.
Yes, but the last time they did that, they took a chunk of Dunphy Park, and it looks like they may need to do that again this time. But that's not really my concern, Jamie. My concern is the homes that are living within, 3 metres of there, with cattle trains going past at 3 a.m. in the morning, and probably braking to get around those bends, because they're significant sharp bends.
Jamie?
So,
Yeah.
that's taken them straight past people's homes.
Through the chair, I appreciate your concerns there, Councillor Rutherford. I guess that the localised widening, as I said, was quite minor, and we're talking an additional 16 vehicles in peak hour. So it's, yeah. So that is PM between 2 and 3, I think, is the peak hour period that you're expecting vehicles to traverse. So that's the peak hour, the maximum number of vehicles you're expecting to see throughout the day.
Yep. So what about the one that comes past at 3:30 every single AM every single morning for those people trying to sleep? What about their lifestyle?
Yeah, well, I guess hours of operation is potentially something that planning might be able to comment more on rather than myself, but yeah, potentially that's something we could limit, maybe, 6 a.m. or something that's more reasonable to a period at night. I take your point, but it might be more of an amenity sort of question.
Yeah, and I'd be interested in that, because it's not just noise, it's lights and everything at 3 a.m. in the morning, every single morning. Yeah. Brendan?
Yeah, no, through the chair, like Jamie said, I appreciate your concerns there, and I think it is a bit of a balancing act between, what's reasonable and relevant in terms of requiring the applicant to construct a new road and potentially across a railway line to avoid a single house. Again, I appreciate those concerns, but it's possibly just a consequence of the development. It's not to say that all impacts can be completely mitigated, and this is just one of the impacts.
Yeah. Sorry, okay, it's not a single house. There are a number of homes. There's one on the corner, but there are others there. But no, I'm more interested in the hours of operation and whether we restrict it to a 6 a.m. start.
Look, it'd probably be a question for the applicant, but my understanding is that the hours of operation for these types of feedlots are generally based on their operational requirements, and it's probably also to do with animal welfare potentially as well, moving cattle at certain times when cattle can get there. It is, yeah, but I agree it's a valid question, and it's not one that's been asked of the applicant.
Where to from here then, Mr. Mayor, if we're supposed to approve it, and yet we've got to ask questions to the developer or not approve it,
We could leave the matter lay on the table until we ask those questions. That's the other option. Are we restricted on any timelines with the approvals?
Through the chair, not so much, but obviously, the applicant, it's a fairly significant development. The applicant's keen to have a decision made through, but we've got to balance the impacts of it against.
And we're not meeting again till the new year. This is their last meeting for this year.
So if I could, through the chair, councillor could, even though the motion's been moved and seconded, I believe, yes it has, that council could amend that to change the hours of operation. That would then become part of the approval. Then no doubt the applicant can then actually come back for negotiated decision around that side of it. And that would then come back to the table.
Yep, okay, that sounds like a way forward. Is 5 a.m. too early, councillor? If you're saying 6 a.m, is 5 a.m. something there that we could live with to have it there rather than the 3, have it at 5 somewhere?
Yeah, maybe out in the country they might be used to getting up at 5 a.m. Yeah, yeah. I just, it's bad enough what happened to them last time for us to just, you know, approve this without any consideration of their lifestyle, I think is really a bit sad.
So with the approval of the second, are you happy to allow for that, for those amendments to go at 5 a.m. on that? We still have further questions.
Mr Mayor, so the hours of
Councillor Smith.
operation are actually thanks, let me
Or on site?
are actually on site, so they still coming through there before 5 o'clock. So it's not far
That's
along that
true.
road.
Yeah, that's true.
I'm not sure how long it'll take to get from the turn-off to the feedlot. But yeah, those trucks will be going fairly slow. So probably going through there at 5:45, so.
And what time do you want them to finish?
I, 9 p.m. I guess it was more the 3 a.m. It's the middle of the night, you know, when you're fast asleep. And
Mr Mayor?
Councillor, I'll go around the table first. Councillor Smith, did you want to look at the question?
Yeah, my question certainly was for the 3 a.m. as well. I know a lot of people like to travel their cattle in the middle of the night because it's a lot cooler, especially in the summer months, and we have mainly summer months. But yeah, I just think that's ridiculous for going through a town. There mightn't be many residents there, but a lot of them have been there for a long, long time. So I'm happy to change that. But my question also was about the contribution, and I'm thinking it should be $8 something per head, but then I worked it out with the amount of movements, but that's only a maximum amount of movements. I'm thinking of our other South Ulam Road where people contribute to that. It's about 60 to 70,000 a year for that road that we get in, and I'm thinking with the amount of trucks going to this feedlot, that 36,500 is an awful lot of cattle. And I just think that we mightn't be getting enough for the road to keep up the standard of that road, you know, because those trucks are very heavy. When it rains, they're on the bitumen. That stresses the road again.
Okay, Councillor, sorry, Jamie?
Sorry, councillors, through the chair. With the ultimate development scenario, we'll be getting just shy of $100,000 per annum. So that's the calculation based on a B double, $9 and change, and a road train is $11 and change.
Yeah, we would need that amount as well, Jamie.
78,000.
Yeah, for 7 days a week operation. Mr Mayor, my other question was the infrastructure charges. Like that seemed fairly low compared to, you know, something in town. I know it goes on impervious area, but this is a huge development, and I just wondered if you could further explain the infrastructure charges.
Yeah, through the chair, the infrastructure charges are based on the charges resolution. So I'm just going back through them, but I think they were on just the gross floor area component of it. Hang on, too many pages.
Is that the gross floor area of like the offices and
yeah,
all
and
that?
everything else?
So not where the cattle stand. We don't.
No, because I mean, some of that would be sort of have. Hang on, just let me. Can you hold that for a sec? Yeah. So yeah, it was just based on the gross floor area. So in the charges resolution, the way it's calculated is that's how the calculation. So we can't change that because that's what's been adopted.
Yeah, it just sort of sounded low compared to what they'd be paying in Rocky.
Yeah, and that would be dependent on like the demand of the use, and obviously with this one, they wouldn't, even though there'd be some aspects of it impervious area, but due to it being out in a rural area, that's how they base the charges.
Yeah, okay, thanks for that.
Okay, thank you. Councillor, coming back to the hours of operation, it's the hours of operation on the feedlot. I've just been informed it's the facility itself, it's not the use of the road.
That's right. It's council can't reasonably condition when vehicles can and can't travel on roads. So like the hours of operation, which we haven't conditioned in the approval, is so that the feedlot itself can operate 24/7, given that's the nature of all feedlots. Even though the intended hours of operation are between 3 and 9 p.m, and that's where I guess the bulk of the most intensive activity will occur in terms of vehicle movements and people on site and things like that. So
I'll try, Mr Mayor, if I could. So the feedlot will operate 24 hours a day, because the cattle are there 24 hours a day, but generally speaking it will be more staff between 3 a.m. and 9 p.m. during the day for when animal feeding, welfare, whatever else they're doing. In relation to road transport, there's no restrictions within here, and probably not, and this is probably where I look to everybody else to say it's probably highly unlikely that we could restrict those vehicle movements, because a truck going to the feedlot could actually drive through there at the early hours of the morning, park up outside the location, and we basically couldn't do that because it is a public road B double route. However, the restrictions to actually load and unload, or to load and unload cattle could happen within certain hours as well.
through the chair, that's correct. And I think, like I said earlier, the area is effectively earmarked for more intensive forms of agriculture, and I agree at some point in time it's going to, it may be necessary to construct a road which avoids impacts on residents as more development there comes online. Whether it's reasonable to impose that condition on a single development is something that we don't believe is reasonable at this point in time. So.
And again, I think that calls for a further report with regards to that. If there is intensification, as there will be, what are the other options for that community going forward?
Yeah, it may be. Yeah, through the chair. So there's different options. One may be council identifying its local government infrastructure plan the need for a new trunk road that avoids that area altogether. Like I said, Gigango is obviously earmarked for fairly intense agricultural activities once the Rookwood Weir comes online, and you expect that not only this development but future developments going forward are going to introduce a number of vehicle movements and types at all hours. And again, just whether it's reasonable to impose that on a single development at this point in time is not something we believed was appropriate. At the same time, accepting the concerns raised by Councillor Rutherford.
Thanks, Brendan. Councillor Kirkland and Councillor Wickerson.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. I did have a few questions. I suppose probably just trying to get a better understanding of what this facility's functions will be and the impacts to the environment, and reading through the documentation here, acknowledging that DAF and DES have legislation and requirements around such things as animal welfare and environmental impact.
Yeah.
My questions are, we're approving the actual facility.
Yeah.
So it goes ahead and then they breach some of these things. How do we reconcile the fact, especially if it's a consistent breach of it, how do we reconcile that we've actually given them permission to go out and do that to the environment? That is a struggle that I'm having. So do we have any policing
There'd be
around that?
penalties implied to the operators. Brendan, did you want to clarify that, please?
Yeah, through the chair, thanks for the question. And I acknowledge that there is, with these types of activities, obviously environmental concerns which are raised through the submissions. It's standard practice in instances like this where there is also an environmental authority with an application that those matters are assessed and regulated by the Department of Agriculture and Fisheries or the Department of Environment and Science. Now, where there is instances where there's breaches, it's common practice that we will be in correspondence with those state departments and work towards how they might be resolved. But ultimately, it is those state departments which are, I would say, better equipped to deal with the assessment and regulation of those environmental concerns. So, yeah, not discounting the concerns are there. It's just not something that council itself explicitly approves. It's approved through the state. So.
Okay, I assumed as much, but I'm just, through you, Mr Mayor, if I could continue. I was also concerned, like Councillor Smith, around this contribution per truck. Could I ask where those figures came from, how you arrived at $8.97 per B double and then $11.80 for the larger trains? How did you come to those figures? I mean, they do equate as per the maximum movements there to around 78,000 per year. So the secondary question to that is, and how much does it cost us and the ratepayers of this region to repair the road damage that's done by those trucks? And is that charge going to be sufficient to cover that?
Jamie?
Through the chair, councillors, it's quite a complex calculation in spreadsheet that we use to come up with that figure, and we basically follow Transport and Main Roads guidelines. So the guidelines for traffic impact assessment stipulate a calculation method for pavement impact assessments, and Department of Transport and Main Roads have developed a specific spreadsheet. Now that spreadsheet looks at axle loads for specific vehicle types. So your B-doubles, your road trains all have a specific axle load for the actual axle group. And they have a dollar figure associated with all the different road hierarchies to rehabilitate each of those roads. So you look at axle groups, you look at rehabilitation costs, you look at volumes of traffic, and there's a calculation looking 10 years into the future to realise what that dollar amount is. So that's sort of the background behind where those figures come from. Now that comes to, roughly $100,000 per annum if you're looking at 3rd Street, 2nd Street, Riversley and Thirsty Creek Road. And we believe that $100,000 per annum is quite reasonable for doing any maintenance on that road network.
Through you, Mr Chair. Mr Chair, through
Yep.
you. Back to you, Jamie. Then I noticed in this application here, also in the requirements, is that after a certain period the roads will be assessed and that they'll be required to repair a certain degree if there's a larger damage. Can you explain that a little bit to me and what road that's talking about? Is it just Thirsty Creek?
So there's a condition in there for a dilapidation report associated with the cross drainage infrastructure. So at 2.9 kilometres along Thirsty Creek Road, there's an old cross drainage infrastructure component that's been in the ground for quite a period of time, and we've asked the applicant to do a condition assessment pre-construction and then do an assessment post-construction after a period of time to determine whether there's been any impact to that structure. If there has been an impact to it, then they'll be responsible to rehabilitate it.
Through you, Mr Mayor. We're trying to just understand it. So if further down the track this feedlot's been there for 5 years and we find out that the road costs to maintain are well and truly in excess of that $78,000 per year, is there an opportunity to raise that fee per truck?
No, so we get an increase on CPI on that figure, and that figure is set at the moment. So there's no mechanism that I'm aware of to go back and revisit that figure. That's why we give that a lot of consideration and rigour up front, and that's why we've had to sort of be self-assured that $100,000 per annum is going to be quite a reasonable amount for maintenance of that road network, compared to, as an example, quarrying activities and amounts that we've got on quarrying activities. That far is in excess of those ones. So, yep.
Thanks. Thank you, Jamie. Mr Mayor, I do have a couple of other questions. Is that okay if I
Yep.
ask them? Yeah. It is my understanding that cattle would be in the lots between anywhere from 90 to 300 days. Is that, is there any requirements through DES or DAF or anything around that to limit that, to cap that? I'm just talking from a welfare perspective. And within that also, I see that there's 36,000 maximum cattle when at full operation with 200 lots. It just, I'm picturing, and I've certainly probably done a little bit of homework looking at some of the feedlots, which made me very concerned as to what we're actually approving. Are you satisfied that this is going to meet all of the requirements of animal welfare?
Councillors, we've done bus trips to feedlots to have a look at the operations and see how they work. Tech Council's been out there to do it, so it's something that we've actively pursued for the region.
Okay.
Yeah. So,
In historically, yeah. Okay. Question?
sorry, question.
Yeah, through the chair, there is national guidelines, and in all instances, as far as I can recall, in terms of pen densities, they're exceeding, what goes within the national guidelines. So if that's one of your concerns, but I agree, like those concerns are there, and they're regularly checked by DAF, and the application material provided by the applicant indicates that they're going above and beyond those minimum guidelines.
Okay, thank you. And my final question is around the irrigation. I believe they're doing some irrigation of the effluent.
Yeah.
Is that correct? So the requirements for that irrigation, is that the same as our own requirements here in council with effluent of excrement that's being treated and then put onto paddocks? Is it the same or is it different?
Through the chair, I couldn't tell you, to be honest. The requirements for effluent disposal come under the Environmental Authority, and the conditions of that Environmental Authority do require ongoing monitoring to make sure that the effluent disposal isn't causing environmental harm. So in terms of whether those are the same standards as what we impose on human excrement, I couldn't say, but those conditions are to monitor it and monitor the ground on which it's been irrigated to make sure it complies with the water quality objectives.
Okay, thank you. Thanks, Mr Mayor.
Thanks, Councillor Kirkland. Councillor Wickerson.
Thanks, Mr Chair. Two questions. One goes back to traffic through the township. While we can't restrict the movement of them, it seems, because even if we have the operational hours controlled, there's nothing to stop at this stage trucks going through there and parking up at the gate of the feedlot or wherever they choose. Mm-hmm. But are we able to restrict any standing or parking within the township with the appropriate signage or whatever, just in case they are inclined to park in town rather than out, and then you've got...
Yeah, we can always operate that.
You can do that, sorry, through the chair, you do that as part of the operational works approval. Where
yeah, so you've got the, like when we have the show, we have the smells and the sound of truck air conditioners going or whatever, so if nothing else we could restrict that. Yep. And the second one goes to the intersection of at the Capricorn Highway. Does the extra traffic movements, the truck movements, those 48, does that trigger any referral agency with TMR to do an acceleration lane or something? I was involved with a small sports club once before, and they were forcing that club to go through an acceleration lane as well. Even though it's a nice straight road, that section of Capricorn Highway, I understand it's 100 k's an hour there, is that right, Councillor? At the intersection?
Yeah.
Well, I didn't see anything on the design that they had.
No,
I'm just concerned that if you've got these B-doubles coming out, some of them could be at night time, onto Capricorn Highway and going terribly slow for a long period, that there's a higher chance of collision.
Yeah, so through the chair, because of the capacity of the feedlot, it did trigger referral by extension to the Department of Transport and Main Roads. They provided a referral agency response with conditions requiring some upgrades to that Capricorn Highway intersection. The requirements effectively made sure that intersection was capable of accommodating Type 1 road trains, so there is a requirement for the applicant to provide those upgrades to that Capricorn Highway intersection.
So is that both the swept path and also an acceleration lane to get?
Yeah, I might put that question to Jamie, but effectively when they look at when the state looks at those types of things, they look at all those things. So my view is that any conditions imposed would ensure an outcome where TMR is completely confident that intersection can cater for the vehicle types and movements that are being proposed.
Yeah. Okay.
Jamie, any up?
So
Any?
just through the chair, Councillor Wickerson, the channellised right coming into 3rd Street there does have to be increased in length to accommodate. That's right, the right turn in. So the channellised right turn coming into 3rd Street does have to be increased in length to accommodate the design vehicle of the road train. Yeah. So there is upgrades required, as Brendan suggested. Yep.
Okay, thank you.
I think it was on that image that they had earlier on there with the
Yes,
highway.
Mr Mayor, I saw the
Turning
right
lane.
turn in, but just the acceleration lane, left turn out, coming back.
I'm sure that would have
As
all
long as
been
TMR have looked at it, that's...
assessed in that process. Further questions, Councillor Smith, then Councillor Rutherford.
Oh, just a comment, Mr Mayor, it might appease Councillor Kirkland about the welfare, which isn't our issue, but most cattle take 90 days, 3 months, but Wagyus, those little expensive black cattle, they take 300 days. Everyone will tell you that. And there's a lot of them in feedlots all the time, but they put on a little bit of weight very, very slowly, and it takes 10 months to put on the required amount of weight. And you'd find that they would be the only breed going that long.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Smith. Councillor Rutherford.
I'm grasping at straws here, Mr Mayor, but I'm just wondering whether it's possible to have internal hours of operation and external hours of operation so that they could operate the feedlot internally. However, they can't take unloading of beasts before, 6 or 7 a.m. in the morning. Is that possible?
Through the chair, so in terms of having vehicles leave the site at a certain point in time, is that what you're asking?
Yeah, or even even arrive. I'm guessing if people know that they can't unload until 7 a.m., I'm thinking they're unlikely to travel at 2 or 3 and sit for 5 hours waiting to unload. So can it be, that they'll, come and unload?
Through the chair, it would be a further question to the applicant. My concern is that imposing any additional conditions might limit the functionality of that feedlot, and probably one of the comment I would say is that Morton Co, in terms of their workforce, they have invested quite a significant amount of time in consulting with that community. From what I understand, there's been meet and greets and barbecues at the town hall. They're also intending to try and accommodate as many of those 60 workers on site within that township. So there is an intent from the developer to make sure there is some good relations within that town and making sure that residents are satisfied generally. So.
Yeah, between the railway line and the highway too, Councillor, I mean, it's a pretty... that's not trying to say that they're not effects from the truck movements, but there's also those other factors in there as well to consider as well that community.
Yeah, Mr Mayor, but I don't take that as an argument to make things worse.
I'm not suggesting that. I'm just saying that they are in a confined area between the highway and a railway line as well. It's subject to all hours of operation, not restricted.
Yeah, through the chair, I take on board what Councillor Rutherford's saying. There is the option of imposing those conditions. Whether imposing those conditions does actually result in vehicle movements, not occurring within those hours, that'll be beyond our control. There's the option of saying, no operation between 3 and 6 a.m. or 6 and 9 p.m. Whether that results in vehicle movements not occurring within those hours you're particularly concerned about, it's something that council wouldn't particularly have control over, but it is one mechanism of doing it.
No, I understood that, Mr Mayor. I just thought if people thought they couldn't unload until 6 a.m. in the morning, then maybe they wouldn't move their cattle until then.
I see where you come from, but I'm not sure whether the operations can still operate to those restrictions, Councillor. That's the only...
If they're operating internally, it's just that they wouldn't move anything until daylight hours.
Yeah, through the chair, I agree with that. But I think what we were saying earlier, it's nothing restricting them from pulling up outside the feedlot and waiting until 6 a.m. So the condition doesn't, I think, in my view, doesn't provide any particular certainty about when vehicle movements will and won't occur.
Councillor Mathers.
Thanks very much, Mr Mayor. It's a bit of a hard one in regards to the traffic movement. I mean, you know, cattle, they'll always, as Councillor Smith knows, cattle, they'll always try to go early morning or early evening, purely and simply because of the heat for the cattle when they're moving them in those trucks. It's the issue that we've got is that we do try to hold them off until later in the morning. We're then congesting the traffic even more with early morning township traffic, people going to school, people, you know, moving kids around. So that could be a safety issue just within itself by pushing those trucks to come in later in the morning. So it's a bit of a tough one, but it's certainly a project I think we need to see go ahead.
Okay, councillors, I think we've exhausted the questions there. Councillor Rutherford, I think if we test the waters with the recommendation, if you'd like to, if it's not there, or whether you want to move a subsequent motion, we'll see where that goes. Councillors, no further information from the officers. The recommendation that the officers' report be received and approved. Move myself, seconded Councillor Latcham. I'll put the motion. Those in favour? Those opposed? The motion's carried. I wish to record your votes against it, councillors. Councillor Kirkland? Okay, Councillor Rutherford, record her vote against the motion. And the motion's carried. Thanks.
Mr Mayor, can we have a division?
No, it's been called, councillor. So, Councillor Fisher. Yeah, no, that's the way I read it. It was, did you vote against, councillor? Well, it's 4 against and 4, so it'll be my casting vote. No, I voted for the motion, so the motion's carried, councillors. Okay.
I just don't know who voted, Mr Mayor.
Sorry?
Who voted for and who voted against? That's why I'd asked for a division.
Yeah, no, the vote's been taken, councillor. I won't call the divisions. Councillor Rutherford's recorded a vote against the motion. Does any other councillor wish to record their vote against it? And Councillor Wickerson? Okay, councillors, thank you. We move on to the next item, 11.
Mr Mayor, I'll have to leave the meeting now, go to a funeral.
Yep.
And I'll phone council to see if the meeting's still on at the conclusion.
Righto. Thanks, Councillor Fisher. Deputy Mayor, moving on to item 11.8. Request for negotiated decision on the development of a permit for a material change of use for a utility installation waste management service. Amanda, thank you.
Good morning, Mayor and councillors. This application for a waste management service was previously approved by council at Leichhardt Street. The applicant wishes to amend a couple of the conditions. The proposed changes are only very minor in nature. If you go, oops, where's my thing up here? It's going to go the next, oh, there we go, there's the site. And if you go to the proposed plan, the next one. So the amendment to the timing of the operational works was one of the requests. So all they're asking is an additional 3 months to lodge the operational works application. This is just due to demand of consulting engineers and timing for that. There was also just some very minor changes to the, site plan. So instead of having a 2-metre fence at the front where the red dotted line is, they want it to be between 2 and 3 metres to give them the opportunity to go a little bit higher, which will probably be a good outcome for the site to contain some of the waste. And the other change was this change of operating hours. So they're wishing to commence operations an hour earlier at 6 a.m. instead of 7 a.m. Therefore, we had no issues with the proposed changes, and there's no conflict with any of the assessment benchmarks. Therefore, we're recommending it for approval.
Questions, councillors? Councillor Rutherford.
Mr Mayor, I'm just wondering, once again, just thinking out loud here, is there any way we can I don't know, put in some condition that says that the trucks that are visiting there have to cover their loads, or if they don't, they're required to clean up their mess that they leave behind on transit to that site?
Yeah, through the chair, no, we can't do any further. We can only base any changes to this approval based on what they've requested to be changed. They haven't requested any changes to truck movements. They did try to, there were some discussions about them increasing the truck movements, but they've decided to remain as it is, yeah. And that's probably something that can be under, I suppose, the road, you know, how you've got to cover your vehicles when you're transporting. That would be something outside of council's requirements or ability to regulate.
Yeah, all right. Thanks, Mr Mayor.
Councillor Kirkland.
Oh, thanks, Mr Mayor. Just curious, is the cash for change for trash, whatever it is called, out there, is that permanently closed or only closed? I was reading in there that it ceases operation or something. Can you just explain a little bit more? Because I see there's car parks out the back, and just that road there gets a lot of cars parking on it, and then we've got damage to the road, and then we go out and we have to fix the road and all that sort of thing. I'm just wondering, is that what the mitigation around that is with this?
Yeah. Through the chair, yeah, we did condition that, because what we found is that the two uses, the site and the size of it, because it is constrained by flooding at the back, that it wasn't large enough to fit both the uses on the site. So the idea was that once they get their approval, was that they relocate that component to another site. And just in regard to you know, the footpath area in the road there, because I have been out for several site visits, they are, as part of this approval, which is not really in relation to this, because this is just amending some conditions, but they are putting curb and channel and doing all that roadworks at the front for the full frontage of the site there.
Very good to hear. Thank you.
Councillors? Mover and a seconder. Councillor Mathers, seconded Councillor Latcham. Put those in favour. Those opposed, motion's carried. Moving on to 11.9, the development application for material change of use for outdoor sales. Aidan, thank you.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Through the chair, this application is for a outdoor sales land use involving caravan and recreational vehicle sales. It's located at the former North Rockhampton Bowls Club site that has fallen out of use for the last several years. So this development will involve sort of a redevelopment and repurposing of the site, using majority of the existing buildings, with one building being replaced with a new workshop that will be fit for purpose, just for servicing of the vehicles. So this involves, use of the, so you got the location there with the application, and so yeah, you can see there with the development, you've got all the buildings and areas have been repurposed. You got the administration showroom within the main building, the new workshop down there, which is replacing an existing building, sort of talking about with the servicing of custom vehicles, and you also got this display area to the top of that plan there, and a sort of lockable, secure parking area towards the sort of southern area of the site, and there is existing car parking with existing trees for shade and that for customer use. All right, so with that, so council have, officers have assessed this application, and was noting that with the sport and recreation zone that there is a bit of a conflict for the land use there, so the applicant has gone through an economic impact assessment to demonstrate the planning, community and economic need for their particular development. Council then had this assessed by a third-party expert economist, And basically the two experts, so the economist that the applicant engaged and the one that council has engaged, have come to an agreement regarding the suitability of the development, that despite the conflicts identified, there are relevant matters in relation to the planning, economic and community need of this particular development within the Rockhampton region, and identified that there is a need for this type of development, and that the impacts resulting from those conflicts is minimal, and and any other issues, like, not that there's any additional really work required, very minimal, but through reasonable relevant conditions, any issues can be addressed. And based on this, council officers were recommending approval subject to those conditions.
Councillor Mathers.
Thanks very much, Mr Mayor. Yeah, look, I'd just like to say this, Mr Mayor, this has been a huge amount of work for Doug's team, and I just want to say thanks very much for what they've done to get this over the line. So even though I understand that it doesn't tick all the boxes, they've worked very closely with the owner to make this happen. So I just want to say thanks very much for the hard work, and I'm happy to move this.
Councillor Kirkland.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Prior to this being an option, that particular building was dilapidated, and I visited often to take photographs of the damage that was being done there by squatters, fires. The potential of it going back to that versus this this development is chalk, chalk and cheese. So I am very excited that you have made, there's been a discussion and that the economists both have come to those terms of agreement for this facility to go forward. Happy to second it.
Yeah, if that doesn't make it right that they developed without approvals. We've had to spend a lot of officers' time chasing this project to get it to where it is now. So two wrongs don't make a right in my book. Be mindful of that, even with the position it was at before. Councillor Wickerson.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. I share the same sentiment, and certainly want to motivate and encourage development of all sorts, where it's appropriate, but I also don't want to set a precedent where you build it first and then come cap in hand to seek approval afterwards. That's not how things work. We have planning rules and policies and strategies and all that in place for a very good reason, and even to reward bad process with a discount of it. I wanted to also foreshadow maybe a related motion inspired by this, but not really, it's a bit late for this one, I think. But with this one, the question is why, what rationale would there be to offer a 15% bonus, if you like, or a discount for development initiative for it, when it's already...
Yeah, so through the chair, that is a result of the resolution on the infrastructure charges that was adopted in July this year. For the first year, council has chosen to provide that 15% for all development within that first 12 months, which will then, so that applies across the board. So it's not a specific thing to this particular development. And that will no longer be in case once that particular policy expires.
Yeah, no, I get that. That's what I was saying earlier, that this one's probably the horse is bolted on it, but it still sticks. We're offering a development incentive for someone that's basically broken the policy.
Have a planning scheme for a reason, councillor, and if we don't follow that as the Bible and the backbone, then we may as well throw it out the window and just not abide by it. So
that's right, Mr Mayor. It'll encourage others to do the same thing. Why would you go through the right process, which is timely for a good reason, but it also nearly flies in the face of developers that are doing the right thing. And yes, it's a timely and thorough process and costly and all that, but I think this will set a dangerous precedent, but it's there. So I guess if we can't change that, it leads into the motion that I'd like to put forward as well, that to request officers bring a report back to the table looking at whether it's called a a surcharge or something if they want to not follow the policy, that there's a cost for that, because I think, as my colleague said clearly, the officers put...
I probably would just on...
separate
yeah, I think we need to have that as a separate motion come forward. I don't think to do that on the fly at the moment, it's too contentious, so I think it'd be better thought out and put that as a motion at a later date, Councillor.
Yeah, no, fair enough. Understood.
Thank you. Councillor Smith?
Yeah, thanks, Mr Mayor. And I know exactly what you're saying, and Councillor Wickerson, and especially in the industrial areas, people settle in those thinking that they don't have to have an MCU because they're already in an industrial area. And there is quite a few businesses out there, not just in the industrial, but everywhere else. They come out in the rural areas, set up a vehicle depot. It happens everywhere. So there is a lot of that happening. But people sometimes are totally unaware that they've got to get a development application permit. I just wanted to comment that a lot of, and thinking about this one in particular, a lot of times our zoning and our planning scheme is 150 years old, and sometimes it doesn't reflect the present day needs, and it's just good to know that our planners can be flexible and you know, to give a recommendation like they have with this one.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Smith. Councillor Kirkland, did you want to...
Yeah, thanks, Mr Mayor. I just wanted to ask, did they, was there a fine at all given for the inconvenience and the extra time and energy around this?
No.
Okay, I would probably support
So,
what
again,
Councillor Wickerson
I think that needed to be thought through, otherwise it's, yeah, anyway, that's a separate motion that's required. So we have a mover and a second, we do have no further questions. Put that, those in favour, those opposed. I'd like to record vote against it. Councillor Latcham, vote against it. The motion's carried. Myself and Councillor Latcham record our vote against the motion. Thank you, councillors. We move on to the next item, the 11.10, the Planning Act 2016 temporary delegation over Christmas New Year period. Shannon, thank you.
Good morning, Mayor and Councillors. This report requests a temporary delegation for the CEO to enable statutory requirements of the Planning Act during the council meeting recess over December and January to be carried out. Councillors will be aware that this temporary delegation is put in place annually to cover this period. Unless councillors have any questions, I'd request council resolve to delegate its powers as assessment manager as set out in the report.
Questions, councillors? Questions? Councillor Rutherford?
Mr Mayor, I'm just wondering whether there is likely to be any contentious ones come through that were, because I'm thinking that they'd already be in the system for them to come through over the break.
Probably highly unlikely, Councillor Rutherford, and it's my call whether or not I exercise that delegation. That's why I had that conversation with the Mayor and the Chair as well. So if there's any of those, it's good to have a risk management strategy that spreads that love around.
And there's always the opportunity to call a special council meeting during that time? Yeah. So if there is something of that nature that requires urgent decision making, we can always use that avenue.
Thanks, Mr Mayor.
Okay, move Councillor Smith. Do we have a seconder? Councillor Mathers, I'll put that. Those in favour? Those opposed? Motion's carried unanimously. Thanks, Shannon.
Thank you.
I'll move on to 11.11, Draft Community Engagement Framework, and I'll hand over to Sky for that one.
Morning, Mayor. Morning, councillors. So yes, we're presenting the Draft Community Engagement Framework for your consideration today, and this is really to, I guess, formalise and provide some consistency around how we engage with our community moving forward. It is founded in best practice standards through our IAP2 framework, which is that internationally recognised peak body for community engagement. So it's certainly not designed to be prescriptive in nature, and the way that we've structured it is to have that overarching framework that's going to be supported by the revised policy and procedure, but also toolkits for each of the departments. So within those toolkits, there'll be more of a prescriptive kind of checklist of things that they have to go through to make sure that we're engaging with the community properly. So over the next quarter, in the next few months, senior communications officers will be going out and liaising with managers and with coordinators and really building those toolkits so that, that each toolkit is fit for purpose for that organisation and for that area. So, but also so that it's consistent and we have a consistent approach to community engagement. So, again, this is just a really high-level, overarching document, and it will be supported by a revised policy and procedure, which we'll be bringing to council at a later stage as well. But through these meetings with the managers, we'll also be developing a calendar of engagements, and that's part of our operational plan action. So with that in mind, I certainly seek that you endorse the report.
Thanks, Guy. Councillors, questions? Mover and a seconder. Councillor Wickerson, second, Councillor Rutherford. Put that. Those in favour? Those opposed? Motion is carried unanimously. Thanks very much, Guy. Well presented report. Marnie, we'll head over to our next item. Budget Manager Report for the 30th of November. Thanks, Marnie.
Thank you, Mr Mayor, and good morning, everyone. So, presenting the Finance Report or the Summary Budget Management Report for the period ended the 30th of November 2022. We're about at 41.7% of the budget at the end of November. Operating revenue is sitting above that at 46%, due to mainly around the rates and charges, which we've discussed previously. Our grants and subsidies are also sitting at 46%, and we're seeing some gains in our interest revenue because of the change in rates that were reflected as a result of those RBA changes, increases to rates through the last few months. Other income is ahead of budget due to the recognition of unearned revenue from 21-22. In relation to operating expenditure, we're actually sitting below budget at 40%. Contractors and consultants are at 36%. That's probably more likely around the timing of those payments to those contractors and consultants rather than actually being and the allocation of work for the year. Asset operational expenses are sitting below budget at 37. Again, it's around timing of expenditure such as electricity payments. Finance costs are at 46% because of the timing of interest payments on our loans. So we've already made payment for the September quarter, and we will do so very shortly for December this week, actually. Total capital income is at 23% for the year, and our expenditure is at 24%. So we're still seeing some lower expenditure rates in the capital program. 44.1 million was spent in the 5 months. We are seeing some momentum being gained, particularly around some of those big FRW projects and the spends and contractor payments that are going out of council towards those. So we'll continue to monitor that and ensure that if there's any changes or anything that needs to be reported back, we'll converse with council on that. In terms of total investments, $119 million is currently being held by council at the end of November, and loans are at 150.9, keeping in mind that a repayment will happen this week. If there's no other questions, I'll recommend the report be received.
Questions, Councillor? Councillor Kirkland.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. I just wanted to ask Marnie if you could just elaborate for me on page one of the income statement that, and I think I know the answer, but I just was hoping that you could elaborate with regards to the sale of assets, how it's at 1% of that original 7 million that we were hoping. I know that there's been some properties that were going to be sold that aren't being sold, and just wondering about the rest though, and whether you expect that will be, or a greater portion of that will be realised by the end of the financial year.
Yeah, so Councillor Kirkland, that relates, there is a budget or an individual budget amount of 6.5 million that's actually sitting in that line, and related to a particular property that we would have discussed at time of budget. So yeah, effectively, unless that is sold, that budget line would be lacking in terms of achieving the capital income from that sale of the land. That is contingent upon planning requirements and the planning scheme being updated as a result of that parcel. So we will also monitor that one just to ensure whether it will remain in the budget through our monthly budget reviews, or whether it needs to be deferred until a later year.
Councillors, any further questions to Marnie on that report? If not, I'm happy to move. Seek a seconder. Councillor Smith. I'll put that. Those in favour? Those opposed? Motion's carried unanimously. Councillors, we have got time for one more. We can do one more. We'll need to revert back to our original items on the agenda. So if we can go to item 11.1, annual goods and services spend analysis, and then after that I'll call a recess and we'll work out whether we're going to appoint another chair or just close the meeting and come back at a later date. So I'll hand over. Thank you. Megan,
Good morning, Mr Mayor and councillors. This report presents the annual goods and services spend analysis for the period from November 21 to October 2022. During that period, council has spent $165.5 million on goods and services. Of that amount, $122.8 million was spent with supplies within Rockhampton Regional Council's boundaries. That is 74% of goods and services have been spent with local businesses. This is an excellent result, and in addition to that, we've also got another $3 million that was spent with the businesses established within the Central Queensland region. We've also done some further analysis on our plant hire, trades and roadie making materials, which does present a vast majority of our smaller local businesses, and are pleased to report that of the $19 million that we spent on those categories, we have achieved 96% of that with our local supplies within our boundaries. This is a slightly lower result than the last two periods. That has largely been impacted by some of those significant water and sewage infrastructure projects that we've had that are quite specialised. So that has certainly impacted on that result, but it's still an excellent result that we've achieved. We generally are trying to achieve at least 70% with local suppliers. So I'm happy to take any questions on the report.
Yeah, thanks, Megan. And again, that would be a record, that 165 million?
Yes, it is. Yep.
And overall, that is a great outcome for our local businesses and community, because that money stays in the community and spent back into the community. And yeah, noted that there is some of that specialised work that needed to go outside of the local area, but in all, it has been a great result with that local spend through those policies that have been developed by the council. So, councillors, any questions with regards to that report from Megan? If not, seek a mover and a seconder. Move Councillor Rutherford, seconded Councillor Smith. Put that. Those in favour? Those opposed? Motion's carried unanimously. Thanks very much. We should do some media on that one, Evan. Councillors, I'll throw it open to the floor. Do we want to appoint another chair to deal with the rest of the items? There's only a few more on there, or do you want to hold and close the meeting for an hour or adjourn it for an hour? Yeah, we do, yeah.
Yeah, I'm happy to hold.
Hold?
Yeah.
Okay, councillors, we'll call a recess. I'm happy to move that we call a recess, the meeting be adjourned for, let's say, till a quarter to 12. Quarter to 12, be right? That should give us enough time to get back in that from that media. Sorry, John. You come in like a rooster. He's going out the back door. Yeah, till quarter to 12 while I attend that media opportunity and talk with the Minister for Main Roads. I'm happy to move. Seek a seconder. Councillor Wickerson. I'll put that. Those in favour? Those opposed? Motion's carried unanimously. Thank you. The meeting's adjourned and we'll resume at quarter to 12.
Now that we've arrived here, I would not change a thing. Knew that we'd survive here and all the goodness we would bring. Of this I sing, Everybody swimming in sunshine. Everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line. Ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming in sunshine. Everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line. Ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming.
Taking the good with the ups and downs. I wanna see how the world turns round. Let's go adventure in the deep blue sea. Home is with you wherever that may be. Home is with you wherever that may be.
Now that we've arrived here, I would not change a thing. Knew that we'd survive here and all the goodness we would bring. Of this I sing. Everybody swimming in sunshine. Everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line. Ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming in sunshine. Everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line. Ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming.
taking the good with the ups and downs. I wanna see how the world turns round. Let's go adventure in the deep blue sea. Home is with you wherever that may be. Home is with you wherever that may be.
Now that we've arrived here, I would not change a thing. Knew that we'd survive here and all the goodness we would bring. Of this I sing. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming.
Taking the good with the ups and downs. I wanna see how the world turns round. Let's go adventure in the deep blue sea. Home is with you wherever that may be. Home is with you wherever that may be.
Now that we've arrived here, I would not change a thing. Knew that we'd survive here and all the goodness we would bring. Of this I sing. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming.
Taking the good with the ups and downs. I wanna see how the world turns round. Let's go adventure in the deep blue sea. Home is with you wherever that may be. Home is with you wherever that may be. Now that we've arrived here, I would not change a thing. Knew that we'd survive here and all the goodness we would bring. Of this I sing. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming. with you wherever that may be. Home is with you wherever that may be.
Now that we've arrived here, I would not change a thing. Knew that we'd survive here and all the goodness we would bring. Of this I sing. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming.
Taking the good with the ups and downs. I wanna see how the world turns round. Let's go adventure in the deep blue sea. Home is with you wherever that may be. Home is with you wherever that may be.
Now that we've arrived here, I would not change a thing. Knew that we'd survive here and all the goodness we would bring. Of this I sing. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming.
Taking the good with the ups and downs. I wanna see how the world turns round. Let's go adventure in the deep blue sea. Home is with you wherever that may be. Home is with you wherever that may be.
Now that we've arrived here, I would not change a thing. Knew that we'd survive here and all the goodness we would bring. Of this I sing. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming.
taking the good with the ups and downs. I wanna see how the world turns round. Let's go adventure in the deep blue sea. Home is with you wherever that may be. Home is with you wherever that may be.
Now that we've arrived here, I would not change a thing. Knew that we'd survive here and all the goodness we would bring. Of this I sing. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming.
Taking the good with the ups and downs. I wanna see how the world turns round. Let's go adventure in the deep blue sea. Home is with you wherever that may be. Home is with you wherever that may be.
that we've arrived here, I would not change a thing. Knew that we'd survive here and all the goodness we would bring. Of this I sing. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming.
Taking the good with the ups and downs. I wanna see how the world turns round. Let's go adventure in the deep blue sea. Home is with you wherever that may be. Home is with you wherever that may be. Now that we've arrived here, I would not change a thing. Knew that we'd survive here and all the goodness we would bring. Of this I sing. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming. wherever that may be. Home is with you wherever that may be.
Now that we've arrived here, I would not change a thing. Knew that we'd survive here and all the goodness we would bring. Of this I sing. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming. I would not change a thing. Knew that we'd survive here and all the goodness we would bring. Of this I sing. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming.
Taking the good with the ups and downs. I wanna see how the world turns round. Let's go adventure in the deep blue sea. Home is with you wherever that may be. Home is with you wherever that may be. Now that we've arrived here, I would not change a thing. Knew that we'd survive here and all the goodness we would bring. Of this I sing. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming. taking the good with the ups and downs. I wanna see how the world turns round. Let's go adventure in the deep blue sea. Home is with you wherever that may be. Home is with you wherever that may be.
Now that we've arrived here, I would not change a thing. Knew that we'd survive here and all the goodness we would bring. Of this I sing. Everybody swimming in sunshine. Everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line. Ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming in sunshine. Everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line. Ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming.
Taking the good with the ups and downs. I wanna see how the world turns round. Let's go adventure in the deep blue sea. Home is with you wherever that may be. Home is with you wherever that may be.
would not change a thing. Knew that we'd survive here and all the goodness we would bring. Of this I sing. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming.
Taking the good with the ups and downs. I wanna see how the world turns round. Let's go adventure in the deep blue sea. Home is with you wherever that may be. Home is with you wherever that may be. Now that we've arrived here, I would not change a thing. Knew that we'd survive here and all the goodness we would bring. Of this I sing. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming.
the ups and downs. I wanna see how the world turns round. Let's go adventure in the deep blue sea. Home is with you wherever that may be. Home is with you wherever that may be. Now that we've arrived here, I would not change a thing. Knew that we'd survive here and all the goodness we would bring. Of this I sing. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming. Taking the good with the ups and downs. I wanna see how the world turns round. Let's go adventure in the deep blue sea. Home is with you wherever that may be. Home is with you wherever that may be.
not change a thing. Knew that we'd survive here and all the goodness we would bring. Of this I sing. Everybody swimming in sunshine. Everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line. Ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming in sunshine. Everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line. Ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming.
Taking the good with the ups and downs. I wanna see how the world turns round. Let's go adventure in the deep blue sea. Home is with you wherever that may be. Home is with you wherever that may be.
Now that we've arrived here, I would not change a thing. Knew that we'd survive here and all the goodness we would bring. Of this I sing. Everybody swimming in sunshine. Everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line. Ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming in sunshine. Everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line. Ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming.
Thanks, Karen. Thanks, councillors and officers. Could I have a mover and a seconder that we resume the meeting? Move Councillor Wickerson, seconded Councillor Rutherford. I'll put that. Those in favour? Those opposed? Motion's carried unanimously. Thank you. 11.2, the purchase of additional temporary flood barrier components. And I see Peter online there. Peter, would you like to speak to that report, please?
Yes, thanks, Mayor. Okay, this report is relatively simple. As a result of an update in the flood model for the Fitzroy River, what we've determined is that the freeboard has been reduced for the temporary barriers as part of the North Rocky Flood Management Area. So this report is just seeking a sole purchase provider endorsement so that we can buy some additional barrier system to actually elevate that wall and make sure it's got the required freeboard.
Okay, Peter, will the old barriers be redundant, or is there a use for those?
No, we will continue to use those barriers. We just want to buy a little bit more and a little bit higher section of the same barriers that we're using for the whole scheme.
So the whole section, just with the improved section in the middle with a higher gate.
We go from 1.8 to 2.4 metres.
Yeah, right. Okay.
But we still will be using the whole
component.
It's just we need a few extra pieces. We want to keep it consistent with the existing equipment we're using.
Righto, thank you. Councillor Rutherford and Councillor Mathers.
Mr Mayor, don't have a problem with this. However, I was just looking, and we are funding this, and I thought it would be something that would be available through grant funding.
Peter, is that something we could, it's probably a bit late after the purchase to apply for grant funding, but is that some type of mitigation project work?
Look, this has just been identified quite recently, and we just felt that we needed to act on this and not wait for a grant, given the current flood season we're going into. So, Councillor Rutherford is correct. There's potentially grants that could have covered, but we didn't want to wait.
Sorry, further question.
Yep.
Because I just, what's the river height that the existing barrier has been purchased for, and is this, the probable maximum type event that we're looking, I mean, what is the risk that we will go over the barrier height that we already have?
It was always at a 1% AEP design, but because of the remodelling, it's now that 1% is at a higher level
that's what
of
I'm
freeboard.
saying. How much is it higher? How much is the 1% higher? What's the risk if we were to...
Okay, through you, Mayor, we effectively have lost our freeboard. So it's 400 and 450 higher. So we've effectively lost our half-metre freeboard.
So what's that on the river flood gauge?
I don't know gauges. It's designed for the 1 in 100 year level, whatever that level is, and it was designed with a half-metre on top as freeboard. Now the new modelling, because that was done back in 2015, the new modelling has elevated the level in that location, as I said, very close to half a metre. So there is no freeboard.
So, Mr Mayor, what I'm trying to get at is if it was at 10.2, for instance, if 1 in 100 was 10.2 on the river gauge, plus the freeboard, then we've still got 10.2 plus the freeboard, and we haven't been over that 10.2. So what is the risk if we were to wait and look to see about getting funding?
Yeah, I see what Councillor Rutherford's saying is if there was freeboard there and then that was at the highest at a Q100, the chances of getting a Q100 and not having that freeboard there, would that allow the time to apply for some grant funding? I think what you're saying, Peter, is that you don't want to take that risk. You'd rather have the freeboard there and purchase the panels just to give us that.
The adopted standard that council has for that scheme is a 1% plus half a metre freeboard, which is what we've adopted across the entire city. So it's whether you're happy to leave knowingly that that freeboard and same level of protection won't be afforded to these properties as potentially others. Does that make sense?
Yes, I do, but I'd like to know, you know, if we're talking about a 10.2 metre flood, plus freeboard, as opposed to a 9.4 metre flood, you know?
Yeah, I'm not sure Peter's understanding the answer. He's saying the standard that we've adopted, the reason we've adopted is a 1% plus a freeboard. That's been
All I
remodelled.
can answer is that if a 1% of flood occurred in the Fitzroy right now, and we erected these barriers, then there's a weak point in the barrier system where it will be overtopped with the most minor elevation, wind, whatever, debris. It will lead to an overtopping at the 100-year because there is no safety factor.
So, Councillor Rutherford, I think what you're saying is if we accept that we're only going to get a 9 metre flood, run that risk, or purchase them with that extra height, giving us that 1% AEP.
Yeah, Mr Mayor, because we've always talked about, when we talk about flooding, we always talk about river height, so we understand. We've got a visual of what we're doing, and, you know, we know that 9.4 metre, that would be, if we were talking about 9.4 metres, I'd say, yes, we'll go ahead. If we're talking about, you know, 9.8, 10 or above, then I think, yes, it's a risk, but it's, you know, we haven't hit that in a, you know, well, probably ever. What was 54?
I think it was 1918, wasn't it? 1918.
10.2. So if we're talking about 10.2 plus a freeboard already, yeah, I don't know.
I'm not going to support that, but you can put it to the table if you want, Councillor. I'm not...
It's just a discussion. I mean, at the moment, I can't get an answer, so it's hard to...
I'm not sure what the answer you're after,
the
Councillor.
Can I just drill in there? I don't know what I'm not answering.
Yeah, Councillor Rutherford saying we haven't had we have one in a 100-year flood since 2019, or 1918, and the chances of getting another one while we'll apply for some grant funding, so we'd like to run that risk.
So the chance is 1%.
1%.
No, I'd like to know what the new 1 in 100 actually is. What are we saying the new 1 in 100 is?
Green?
Thanks, Mr Mayor. I think, Councillor Rutherford, it's almost 500 above the highest that we've seen in our 50 years. So I think if we go back to 1980, when was the big one that we had? 1991, which I think was about 9.4, 9.5. So if you put about 500 onto that, it's going to be about 9.85, 9.9 is what the new, to my knowledge, is what the new flood mapping has been done on as a riverine level, if that makes sense. So it'll be about 9.85 gauge level is what that level has been worked on. So half a metre higher than what we've had previously.
And what was the levy built for? What's the existing?
900 mils, wasn't it, Peter? 900?
Yeah, 1 in 100 plus 900.
So, Councillor Rutherford, do you know, it don't look like you got your answer?
No, I'm sorry, 1 in 100 doesn't mean anything to me. I need the river. I need the river heights. I need to know what the river height was that levy was built for, and I need to know what the
It varied. Sorry, it varied. It varied. No, I don't have the numbers off the top of my head.
Can we have a look at the river heights on the on our council Facebook page, council emergency services page?
Yeah.
The heights on that. We'll come back with a 1 in 100 there for Councillor Rutherford. Councillor Smith.
Yeah, I'm just trying to understand why we're changing or why we've got to go to a new system. It says, by increasing the barrier height to 2.4 metre, failure of the barrier system will not occur at Water Street. That means it won't be going down the middle of Water Street, but instead along Lates Creek Road. And I just wondered what the risk was there. And I know it's hard to know exactly what it's going to do till it floods. So I just want to know how much more height we're getting. Because before we had 1.8 with the 300, that's 2.1, and now we're saying we need 2.4.
Yep, it's another half a metre.
The
Roughly 600
1.8
mils.
existing barrier provided a 0.5 freeboard. And so we're going to just the next size barrier as they're commercially available, which is a 2.4, which restored that freeboard.
Okay, and you said we could still use the old ones, so we're using the old ones where we think it's not going to flood much, and use the new ones where we know the flood's going to be higher? Is that what we're doing?
The levels change along the temporary levee system. So all this is doing is it's identified a section in this one street where it's not quite giving us the right coverage. So the rest of the temporary barrier system that's used across North Rockhampton will continue to be used. We're just grabbing a section where we're running it higher over that piece of Water Street.
Yeah.
Because the water is determined to be deeper there.
And there's a part of Lates Creek Road near the Vic Tavern which is not Q100. It'd go over there before it'd cross over at the Water Street.
Okay, but we don't do, the barriers don't go up anywhere near the Vic.
No. That's right, Peter? That's the Lates
Yep,
Creek
that's
Road
correct.
section? Yeah. It's under the railway lines of Bridge Street, crosses over there and then comes over.
Just through you, Mr Mayor, so this only came about when we did Water Street, when we reconstructed Water Street? Did all this come?
It added another 100 houses on. It was 400 houses when it was in Ellis Street. The barrier was in Ellis and Robbrow. And the second stage of it was to include another further 100 homes when you moved the barrier to Water Street, when we applied for some grant funding to have Water Street reconstructed with large culverts and temporary one-way gates on that. And then you erect the barrier on the top of the Water Street there to stop it. The back, it's not flow water, it's backup water. It comes up through Frenchman's Creek into that location. So it's stopping that backup water from Frenchman's Creek coming into the lower parts of Berskyer. So it's added another 100 houses. That's why they've moved it to Water Street to extend the flood resilience for a number of properties. Now that's only at a Q100. We could get a higher flood than a Q100 or 1% AEP, and the barriers would be ineffective. It'd still be flooding in those locations.
Yeah.
It's not a guarantee. It's a temporary barrier.
Okay. Yeah. Just with Water Street, we reconstructed it. We made it lower, didn't we?
No, it was raised.
Oh, it was raised. Oh, sorry. Yeah, raised. And that was when we discovered these different heights we needed.
No.
Okay.
Peter, the whole with the 2015 when they did the flood modelling for the South Rockhampton flood levy, was when we realised that there was different flood readings, different heights.
That was south.
That's right, Peter?
Yeah, the update came as a result of Cyclone Debbie.
Yeah.
Also, the model was updated in terms of the Ring Road and South Rocky. So there's additional data and rainfall information, and it was remodelled, and that's what led to the increase in height prediction there.
So, Peter, if the South Rockhampton levy doesn't go ahead, there's still that water still at that height?
Yep, it remains the same. Yep.
Right. Councillor Kirkland and Councillor Mathers.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. I did have just a question around, I just wanted to be sure that Flooding Solutions, was that the name of the other company that supplied the geodesign previously? and they're not, because it says here they advised that they're no longer supplying the geodesign barrier, so that's why we're going with hydro response. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. And second question through you, Mr Mayor. Second question.
Yes, Councillor Kirkland, you can ask questions.
Civic contingency, so from civil ops, I should say, is the contingency money that's being used to purchase these. I just wanted to ask, does that leave any contingency dollars for anything that may go wrong with any of the other civil operations that are happening across the region in the next 6 months?
Okay, through the chair, that contingency, which is a $1 million contingency, typically sits across regional services. It doesn't just apply to civil operations as it's written there. It's already been used a couple of times. Off the top of my head, I'm going to say there's around 400,000 sitting in that contingency. But what happens through the year is also projects where we come under budget within these operations, we restore that contingency progressively through the year if we can. So there is still funding for other types of things like this, but we'll monitor that through the rest of the remaining financial year.
Thanks, Peter. Through you, Mr Mayor, to Peter. So that means that 301 is coming out of the 400 at the moment, and we're hedging our bets for some savings.
No, it's coming, I'm saying after that's taken out,
right.
I think there's still 300,000 or 400,000 left there.
Thank you.
Councillor Mathers.
Thanks very much, Mr Mayor. Through you to Peter. Peter, I'll try to make this one easy for you, mate. I know you're not feeling well. When I was down there, when they were doing the trial run of putting the temporary flood barrier in on Water Street, so Lakes Creek's on the southern end, and Water Street goes up towards the north. Obviously, the road elevates up towards the north. They were actually laying out sections of 2.4 metre temporary barrier, and then it was reducing down to 1.8 height as the road elevated to get the same sort of height. The question I've got, there was two new shipping containers there that were full of flood barrier. I was under the impression that that was all new flood barrier that was 2.4 metre. They didn't put it all out, they were just trying to get the locations. My question to you is, when they were laying this out, did you discover, or did they discover that they need more 2.4, and this is over and above what was already in those two new containers, or has that already been purchased?
I'm not certain that. I believe that existing 2.4 they were aware of, and you're right, they didn't use it when they were setting that up as a trial. This has been determined by effectively the infrastructure group doing further survey against that new level. So I think this is in addition to the 2.4 stuff that you saw on that day.
Okay, so they must be looking to extend the remove some of the 1.8 so it goes up the hill and continue the 2.4 height further up, because I'm gathering what we're saying by reading the report is that at 2.4 we don't have to worry about the water overtopping in Water Street. It will overtop on Lakes Creek Road down near Bridge Street before that.
Yep, that's the new low point, that's right. Yep.
Yeah, okay. All right, so because I was just trying to work out where the 2.4 was going to go, because I thought they were saying we had enough that was there, but obviously you've found a deficiency there, so, okay.
Yep.
Okay, thanks, councillors. No further questions. Could I have a mover and a seconder with regards to that report? Move Councillor Wickerson, seconded Councillor Mathers. I'll put that. Those in favour? Those opposed? Motion's carried. Thank you. 11.3, 2023 Australia Day Community Grants. Thanks, Mark.
Good afternoon. In 2013, Council resolved to establish an Australia Day Community Grants program to assist local organisations in coordinating community-based Australia Day celebrations across the region. For 2023, we received 5 applications, and I am recommending all 5 applications for endorsement from Council. They are from Bouldercombe Progress Association, Gracemere Men's Shed, the Rockhampton Water Ski Club, Stanwell Progress Association and the Upper Ulam Recreation Grounds.
Thanks, Mark. Questions? I've got Councillor Smith and Councillor Wickerson.
Oh yeah, thanks Mr Mayor. I always have a problem with Gracemere event. We don't actually have a group who can provide a good event for Gracemere. The Men's Shed just want to do the barbecue. They don't want to have to handle money to pay entertainers or to hire a marquee or chairs. And in previous years, council officers have been good enough to just pay directly to any entertainers and the marquee and chairs. And I'm asking if we can use some of that money that's left over from the total budget to do that, provided the officers agree to do that. Looking for assistance to have a good event rather than just a barbecue. They have their sausage sizzle and go home. Because that's all we're providing here. If you look at the difference in money to some of the other places who are only a fraction of the population of Gracemere. That's what I've been discussing with Alicia. So it's up to them.
Thanks. Jeez. Thanks, Mr Mayor. So I guess the issue here, as Councillor Smith sort of raised, is that there's not one group, because the concept of these grants was to provide to the group. They run the event, and then so there's small amounts of administrative as a result, and then you don't have to have staff there on the day and all of those additional costs that come as a result. I fully support Councillor Smith in terms of that we are lacking that type of a group in Gracemere. So whether or not at the, if council endorses that this is an interim proposal to try and get something up and running, certainly the budget's there to do that and we can work that, but it goes against sort of our principle that we weren't going to run the smaller events ourselves. So this one, just to be sure that this one would be a joint sort of delivery, is that we would do certain components and the Men's Shed would do certain components as well. We certainly have capacity to do those things, but it's sort of the endorsement of the table to take or to do that.
Just to be sure, Mr Mayor, we don't need staff there at all.
We don't need staff?
No. We didn't have staff last time, or the time before.
So what's the money for then?
For someone to sing or dancers, you should have the
just
multicultural
hire
dancers.
people in?
They just like a donation.
Yep.
We're only talking a small amount of money, probably, plus probably $500 plus the hire of a marquee and chairs.
John? Not sure.
Sorry, back through the mayor. I just have to sort out from these guys in terms of the event. Like, we'd need to check where the marquee's going and have all of those interactions and make sure they're going to be there on time and all of that.
Could I just, sorry, we're right down.
Yeah.
Can I suggest that we look at just the grants as they are, and I think there's a separate discussion to have offline on the actual operations of the event itself, offline, if that's your thoughts on that one, Alicia, or are you after a policy around that? Or that
No, back through the mat. It's really that the grants is, this group doesn't want to have anything to do with the entertainment and the add-ons, so if we just provide that grant, the event will be fairly ordinary. So what Councillor Smith has requested is to sort of beef that up with the budget, which is there to do so, but it's away from how we were conducting. So it's that change in process, Evan. If there's endorsement to do that, happy to do that at our end.
Okay. Happy to move the resolution, Councillor?
Well, I'm not sure of the price of marquee and chairs. I'm not sure how much that costs. But can I move another that we include another $500 for the Gracemere event, plus the hire of a marquee and chairs.
Mr Mayor, can I ask a question just on that? Because these events usually need insurance. So who covers the insurance of a marquee and chairs and whatever else that goes up?
Yeah, that question was raised in the past as well, because there's not one group. Well, the men's shed obviously would have insurance for running a barbecue, and I was always told that council would cover it, but that was just a verbal agreement.
Mark? You got any batteries?
I totally agree. Everyone else has put applications.
Okay, Mark, look, we're going round in the circle. I'll ask that we add $500 to the Gracemere one, but ask Alicia to...
Sorry, Mr Mayor, you probably don't need the $1,500 is just for the sausage sizzle.
Sausage sizzle.
And we just might do a resolution at the end, or part of a resolution is to delegate the CEO/Alicia to put together arrangements for a former community event at Gracemere.
Yeah. I think we need to talk about it in more depth rather than doing it on the fly. If that was the decision of the council the day when the money went in there, to get the organisations separate to council to do them. So we'll take that on note this time.
Difficult.
And then go from there.
So can I just ask Evan, is that going to be included in the motion?
Suggest that we'd actually just in the bottom here, as a separate line, delegate the CEO/Alicia to make arrangements.
We'll work on that. We'll work on those wording while we go further questions, Councillor
Okay.
Smith. I think
Thank
the
you.
principle's there. Councillor Rutherford, I think. Did I call out names on?
No,
Councillor Wickerson, sorry.
Thanks, Mayor. I just had some comments around it. Generally supportive. It's good to see Australia Day just not all focused in the CBD or in the middle of Rockhampton. So it's good that these our rural communities get a look in. But I agree the Gracemere Shed one was one that stood out a little bit as the odd one out. And I think we've all been to Gracemere before, and it was a little bit light on the ground. I think one year Councillor Smith and Rutherford and I were doing some of the activities just to sort of beef it up a bit. It struck me that $1,500 was a lot of money for a sausage sizzle. You know, I mean, we've all done those. You know, I mean, $500 for the number of people that go, they would probably pull it up. And is it just a fundraising thing? That's what it looks like. And when you compare that to the one that's at the Upper Ulam for $800, and it's an amazing day. They have all sorts of really basic community fun and games, and the people love it. So they just didn't compare a bit. And the only last comment I had was with the Bouldercombe Progress one. I didn't like that it said to host a function for Bouldercombe community members. I think it needs to be much more inclusive than that. That it's for everyone. You know, it's,
I think they mean by community.
Sorry.
I don't think they meant it for just the community.
Oh no, but I would just hope that when they're advertising it, it's very clear
People
that
from
it's...
Parkhurst were there last year.
Well, that's what I'd hope. And the others sort of, even the ski one says, you know, free day for everyone to come along and ski. So just to pick up on that, I don't want it that insular, that's all. But other than that, it's fine. Good to see the events spread around all over our great region.
Councillor Kirkland, Councillor Latcham, Councillor Mathers and Councillor Rutherford.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. Along the same lines as Councillor Wickerson, just the variance within these prices that they've got there, you know, very similar product that's being delivered for $5,000 at Stanwell as to what's being delivered at Upper Ulam, and then to see the ski gardens, the ski club all day, free wakeboarding, free skiing, and asking less money. So my question is there an acquittal for these at all? Is there an acquittal process? Because we'd hate to think that ratepayer money is just being handed out for profiteering, if there's any of that going on.
No, there's a definite councillor.
Yeah.
Yeah, in my understanding, we probably need to workshop this a bit more. I think the idea was to seed those, those community groups to help them provide events where I think previously it was just major events in the city. So that said, I think we probably need to do a bit more work around it and work with those groups to maybe give them some understanding that this money is there available for those types of events and get some community ownership of those events in the larger areas.
Yeah, last thing I would like to do is discourage it. We want to encourage it. So congratulations for them all putting their hands up to start off with. Expect they'll just grow.
Councillor Latcham.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. I've got a couple of questions through to Mark, if I may, just to get an understanding. Firstly, Mount Morgan. Is Mount Morgan not having a Australia Day next year? Because it was pretty good this year.
We reached out to the Rotary Club of Mount Morgan to encourage them to apply. They did not apply. Obviously, membership was an issue.
Yeah.
And for this year, I think one of the members, Dell, was a big part of helping get all that together.
Yeah, agreed. A lot of organisations are struggling with volunteers, but it was a good event this year, and it'd be sad to see that not continue. Sorry. Second question is probably trying to get an understanding, and I mean, a Baldy one was good as well this year, but is the Stanmore Progress Association, is that, I'm just trying to get an understanding, if I may, is that a first-time event, or has it been held before?
New group.
So it's under the new criteria where we can get maximum amount of 5,000, is that what that's about?
No, I don't think so. Oh.
I'm just trying to understand, because it takes up half of everyone else's budget, so it's okay, sorry.
It's also 6 hours.
So I'm just concerned, it's a lot of money for, we don't know how many people, and on the lawn, Australia Day on the lawn, I'm not sure what lawn at Stanmore we're talking about. Whereabouts is it possibly located?
Behind the hall.
Behind the hall, near the shop. Okay.
So they're expecting, they're catering for 80 to 90 people.
Potentially a bit ambitious.
They've got grounds preparation.
I don't think so. I don't think so. I think it's a bit low, I think. 80 to 90.
Oh, I mean, we can try it. I'm not opposed to it. I'm just saying it's a lot of money for a one-off starting event that you can't justify how many people may or may not attend. And the second part of that question is, what buy-in has Stanmore Power Station into that? Because I would have assumed that they would be the main sponsor of such an event like that. They're very community-minded at Stanmore.
So it's being held at the Stanwell Community Hall. I don't know if there's any buy-in from the power company.
Yeah, just a few questions. Okay.
Thank you. Councillor Mathers. Councillor.
Thank you very much, Mr Mayor. Look, my questions were very similar. It's great to see that we're helping these projects out, and it's really important that we see them go ahead. I couldn't quite understand the inconsistencies, but we don't see the applications either, Mark. So I appreciate that, but the $5,000 did jump out of me. No disrespect to the event for Stanwell. I was wondering what the difference was, why they were getting 5 versus the other one, versus the others. The other one that jumped out to me was $1,500 for a sausage sizzle versus, Up Ulam and also the ski gardens, what they were offering. But once again, I don't get to see those applications.
So I can say the Gracemere Men's Shed is basing their budget off $7.50 per head for the sausage sizzle, and anticipating up to 200.
And a cold drink.
Big pardon.
And
a cold drink, yeah. The Stanwell Progress Association is catering for 80 to 90 people. Their catering includes cutlery and other ancillary pieces So I'd say it would, I'm going to assume they're going through a professional catering company to supply.
Okay. Yeah, got you. Because, like, you know,
Councillors, don't forget, these are the events that these groups have put out. We put the money out there for them to run their events. And it's a crew.
The Stantwell also includes jumping castles, mini jeeps, decorations, and a lot of other activity.
Mr. Mayor, I don't have an issue with the money being given to these events. There just seems to be a big discrepancy from $800 to $5,000. And I'm just trying to find out how our matrix is working in regards to how that money is being shared.
There's no matrix. We put the money out there for the community groups to have Australia Day events, Councillor.
I mean, look, a sausage sizzle, Mr. Mayor, for $25 will feed 25 people, one sausage, a slice of bread, and also a bottle of water for $25. That's you know, $1 a person.
We'll cut the money.
So
just
no,
move a motion. We'll reduce the funding.
No, that's
happy to work in that space if that's the way we want to go.
That's not what I'm saying, Mr. Mayor. I'm just saying that
I'm just not sure where we want to go.
There just appears to be inconsistencies with it. The only other comment I'd also like to make is, in all fairness to all these groups, is I find it a bit difficult that we'll be talking about moving a motion to give another group or someone $500 when all these people have taken the effort and made the effort to put applications in, and now we're talking about just, you know, moving a motion to give another group some more money for another event. I think that should be a separate application. That's just my opinion.
Well, you get to have a vote on that, Councillor. We don't want to get into debate, councillors, because we're only asking questions. I'm really, from the chair, allowing a lot of questions to come through. If we want to get down to the nuts and bolts and the way that this meeting's been going today, I'm happy just to go back to the standing orders and we'll just move in second motions if we're going to get down into the mud. And that's where we're at this stage. I'm just not sure where we want to go. It's up to you guys how far down we want to go. If it's legitimate questions and questions that we really need for our decision making, let's make those decisions. But I'm just not sure where this is all leading. If we don't want to do this project, let's move a motion and say let's step away and save that money and walk away from it. I'm just not sure. Alicia?
So through the chair, this is Australia Day grants. This is separate to the community assistance program. So everything.
There's no matrix.
There is no matrix. So this is about specifically running Australia Day events. The difference in the funding is because the different style of events. So we're left it up to the community groups completely to their own devices in terms of the style of event that they want to run. We heard from Councillor Smith that they don't have capacity to put on, you know, any entertainment or do anything different. So it's really left it to the communities themselves, and that was centred around the discussions that we will just run the prime events, which are here at Kershaw, and is that it? That's it. So this is the money that we will put to the other events so that there is a local event of some sort in the community. So that's it.
Councillors, what do you want? Councillor Rutherford?
Mr. Mayor, that's probably all we needed to hear at the outset. You know, at the end of the day, we have to go to our communities and be able to say why that group got 5,000 and that group got 800. So that's the questions that we're asked. So we need to be able to give them a response to that, and I think that's all the table we're asking for. So,
Councillor Latcham.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Sorry to bring to this, but I'm a bit worried about the Stanwell Progress Association. When they talk about jumping castles during the heat of the day, you can't jump on jumping castles. And maybe it probably is an indication that they probably haven't thought through.
We're back into the mud again, councillors. I'm just not sure.
If I can just bring it back to where we started, all I'm asking is for endorsement to go ahead with these grants. How these community groups want to do their event is entirely up to them, and we are providing funds for them to do that. If the Gracemere Men's Shed want to ask for more money, they're welcome to. We have a budget allocated, and if it came down to having less money than what was If we had less in the budget than what was being requested, then we would be coming to you with a different question of which groups do you want to fund. At the moment, everything that's been applied for absolutely is all these applications meet the criteria that we've put out. We have the budget to fund each and every one of them. So so I'll just bring it back to if it's, I'm just requesting endorsement for these 5 to be.
Councillor Rutherford.
Mr Mayor, I think you've already moved that with dot point 2. If you haven't, I'll move the original motion.
Yeah, it hasn't been moved. It hasn't moved for a second, and that's...
So I'll just move the original.
Move the officer's recommendation without the second.
Yeah.
Yep. Do we have a seconder?
No, without.
Councillor Kirkland. Councillor Smith?
I just want to, say I'm very disappointed in that.
Oh, we're speaking to the 2 and 4 of the motion.
Because that's not...
We'll have speakers for and against. If you wanted to move a subsequent motion to the original officer's recommendation, which has been moved and seconded, then we can have another. Councillor Kirkland. Okay, so we go speakers for the motion. Councillor Rutherford.
Oh, Mr Mayor, Councillor Wickerson said it perfectly fine before. It's fantastic to see these scattered throughout the region. It's good to see community organisations stepping up and doing these types of events. So, and the fact that we can assist them is a great thing as well. So I'm more than happy to move
The original concept of the money, Councillor.
Yes.
Councillor Smith, speaker against.
Yeah, look, I'm disappointed that we're not providing a good event at Gracemere, but that's the table's decision. So
You can move the subsequent motion, Councillor. If you wish to move the subsequent motion, you're able to do that. If you want to speak against that one.
Yeah, but I can't move it now, can I? An amendment.
You move it after it. If you wish.
I can't move it once it's voted on.
That's for this money, but if you wanted to move another motion to delegate money to the remaining money to the CEO and Alicia to do it, then you're able to do that. But then you have to have
a
a second
separate motion.
Take a notice of motion.
Yeah. So no speakers against. Another speaker for. Councillor Smith spoke against, so speaker for. Councillor Kirkland.
Happy to speak for this. I think the way it is not perfect. I agree with Councillor Smith. It's a shame that there's not more enthusiasm from the group to expand on what they've previously done. However, I don't think that we should be putting the onus back onto them and the impetus back onto them to actually come up with that. If there's something else that's got to be done at Gracemere, we might need to advocate to some other groups to come forward.
Ms. Councillor Kirkland. Speaker against, Councillor Latcham.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. I'm sorry, but it almost feels un-Australian to vote against something for Australia Day, but as much as I love seeing Australia Day activities, this report probably just doesn't tick all the boxes for accountability from my point of view. To me, I'd like to see it sit under a community assistance program with a matrix and obviously look at the budgets on that. Would probably then the applicants would probably look at how they could best fit to run an event successfully within a certain budget. 3 of the applicants clearly have mastered it. They've got it down to a fine art with a limited spend, but be able to deliver a knockout on the day to make it a really good Australia Day. The other 2, I get, they're trying to see what they can do to generate it, but Gracemere, for example, hasn't really delivered in the last couple of years overall. Just to run a sausage sizzle, I think could possibly done at a tighter budget, but that's another matter. And the other one, while we encourage new groups to come out and do it, if it sat under the matrix of the community assistance program, they wouldn't be looking at $5 grand. They'd be looking at something less. So sadly, it doesn't tick all the boxes for me, and it's unfortunate. But I do want to see Australia Day events happen. But yeah, thank you.
Councillor Rutherford, do you wish to wrap up?
No.
Okay, we've exhausted all the Speakers for and against, I'll put the motion. Those in favour? Those opposed? Record your vote. The motion's carried. Thank you. Yeah. Yep. I'll accept that, Councillor Smith. If you want to move a motion that the council delegate to the CEO facilitate entertainment and shade to ensure that the Gracemere event is successful. You'll move. Do we have a seconder? Councillor Rutherford.
Mr. Mayor, can I...
Question?
I'm trying to make it a question. So I'm happy for the Gracemere thing to see whether we can make it a little bit more. I'm a bit worried about the insurance issue. Who covers that if no one is running it? I'm worried about us stepping in, and if it's seen to be a council event and it doesn't hit the mark, we get a lot of community backlash on that. So while I'm happy to support this to see what can happen, I think we need to be very, very careful about our involvement in this. So I think there's probably a lot will fall on Alicia's shoulders.
Councillor, is that a question now? It sounds like a...
Mr. CEO...
yes, the insurance, we would be the insurer for this event.
We will be the insurer?
We're basically, through that resolution, we're facilitating it. That word facilitate means that we've got some form of, not complete ownership, but we're definitely in there with a lot of skin in the game. So I'd say our insurance, yes, and there'll be other parts that sit with it.
So should that read if another group will step up to...
John?
Through the chair, the approach that I believe that we would take with this, if the CEO is able to delegate additional money, when I say facilitate, we would be speaking with the local group to encourage them to still deliver the event. My view would be that they would still fund it. They would still be responsible for the delivering the event. If they don't have the capacity to do that, it then puts us in a difficult situation for the event to occur. That would then basically require us to deliver the event. Because aside from, I guess, insurance responsibility, if we're directly paying the bills for an event, I've got a requirement to understand what we're doing. Is it fitting through procurement? Can I put my hand on my heart to say that it's been delivered? The process that we've got in place currently with the Australia Day grants was that council, when they decided to have one centrally located event, we made a decision to make monies available for different groups who have different ranges of capacities. Unfortunately, naturally, when that occurs in the community, there'll be some communities that are able to deliver more than the others. But that's the process that we've got at the moment. With the terminology facilitate that we've got in there for the CEO, completely the way I would act through delegation would be to find out if the group can do it, either they can or they can't. And then we go through that process with the direction of the CEO and the General Manager.
Mr. Mayor, can I make a comment? This is nothing new because it's happened the last 3 times. This is how we run the event. It's just that it hasn't come to the table before.
Yeah, well, I think from this time on, we're going back into our budget workshops. We'll be discussing this one in detail, so just not happy the way this played out. Councillor Smith, speaking for...
Just to say that this is how it's been run the last 3 times, and this is not something that's just happened this year. So all I'm asking is that we just have something more than people have eat a sausage and go home. That's all I'm asking, for something extra.
Speakers against? No speakers against. I'll put the motion. Those in favour? Those opposed? Motion's carried. Thanks, Councillor. We'll move on to the next item. I think from that wrap-up of that one, Councillor, we need to go into a bit more detail about that one when we come to the budget deliberations for next year, whether it's something we continue with, if it's that contentious that we spend that much time on. Not sure whether it's worth the effort. Councillors, 11.4, fees and charges for the City Childcare Centre. Thanks very much, John.
Through the Chair, good afternoon, everybody. Before you, we've got the report for the annual increase of fees and charges for the City Central Childcare Centre. The table, through the Chair, will remember from previous years that we increase the fees at beginning of the school or the childcare year, so that's just the process that we've gone about here. You'll see that we've got the recommended increase and the dollar amount. Also be aware that we always intend to operate the city centre childcare as cost neutrally as possible. With the increases in CPI and a range of other matters, we've targeted this increase to take into account those costs. Also keep in mind that the occupancy capacity of the city centre childcare centre, while it used to probably run at 99%, it's now down about 95% because people are a little bit more wary from an illness perspective. So this fee takes into account probably the best way to go and meet our costs at that, what might average end up being a 95% capacity with people, with children being ill on the day. So I put this to the table.
Questions, councillors? Councillor Latcham.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. Through you to John. Just a quick couple of questions. Firstly, at the end of the day, I know you mentioned it's cost neutral where possible, but with the increase obviously in wages and everything else, is it still going to deliver on virtually cost neutral, or is there a bigger gap now?
No, 4.5% is is probably one of the more substantial increases that's occurred with this childcare centre. If wages increases through CPI were to come forward during this calendar year and affect us, I'd certainly be bringing a report back to the table for permission to increase the fees.
Okay. And second question, if I may, Mr Mayor, through to John. Benchmarking with private centres, how do we compare? Are we 10% cheaper or 20% cheaper? Or?
It depends. We're a little bit cheaper just because we don't include nappies and food. So it's a little bit hard to compare apples with the other childcare centres, but we are really right where we need to be considering we don't include those. So you'll find we're a little bit cheaper, but you've got to bring food and nappies and that kind of stuff. And that varies from centre to centre with the age groups. So yes, we do benchmark.
Okay, that's great. And the last question, Mr Mayor, was with the free placements in childcare, do we offer that at this centre, or is it?
We don't offer free placements, but there's quite an in-depth subsidy process which goes into account about what the parent pays, what the federal government subsidises. So this takes into account all of that.
Okay, so you still have the subsidies, which was there
Oh
before.
yeah, yes, yeah. This.
But is that having an impact on your numbers because it's free at other places, or?
No, our numbers are pretty much the same. You'll see in a little bit of the background of the report, it was a bit up and down and rough during COVID and how that operated, but this is managed to cover exactly what we need to cover, taking into account the subsidies that each family gets.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Ms Mayor.
Thanks, Councillor Latcham. Councillor Kirkland.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. Councillor Latcham answered one of my questions. The other one was around this is a facility that's there for convenience for council staff as well. Just wanting to ask, they pay the same as everybody else? They don't get it subsidised?
They pay the same as everybody else, yeah.
Okay, Councillor, no further questions. Can I seek a mover and a seconder with the officer's recommendation? Move Councillor Wickerson, seconded Councillor Kirkland. Put that. Those in favour? Those opposed? Motion's carried unanimously. Thanks very much, John. We'll move on to 11.5, the digital water curtain remediation option. Thanks, Emma Jane.
So good afternoon, Mayor, councillors. So this report is for the digital water curtain along the riverbank. So currently it's non-operational due to the electronics that control the water curtain require replacement. They're no longer available, so we have to upgrade that. So we have looked at a number of options. This option is the most cost-effective, taken on previous feedback that we can find. So it's not a full replacement, it's effectively retrofitting another supplier's electronic components to the water curtain to get it operationally. So it uses the same pump system, same return water system, same jet nozzles. It's just replacement of the electronic components. Including labour, it's expected to be about $43,000.
Was that a different figure than what we had in that budget review?
the budget was assuming that we would have to do a full replacement, so we've taken on the feedback that we didn't want to pay that much for it, and this is the most cost-effective alternative to provide the same functionality.
All right, thanks, Emma. Council, questions? If not, mover and a seconder with regards to the officer's recommendation. Move Councillor Kirkland, seconded Councillor Latcham. Put that. Those in favour? Those opposed? Motion's carried unanimously. Moving on to 11.6, the East Street feature lighting.
Yep, so the next report is for the feature lighting along East Street. So a lot of that lighting needs replacement because it's no longer serviceable. This report details 3 options for replacement lighting. So one is the RGB uplighting, so that allows you to colour scheme along East Street, similar to Key Street, and in terms of cost is capital-wise installation, it's very similar to fairy lights, but for the life of the lights, so are expected to last longer and be easier to maintain, therefore operational much more often than fairy lights. So the fairy lights, we see a lot of vandalism, damage, people swinging off them, and every year we will have to go along and loosen them to not inhibit the tree growth. So they're 2 options in budget, and then there is a third option that can be considered if you want, which is a combination of the 2. So it's the fairy lights with the colours that can be themed, but that option is not in budget currently. It will need reallocation of funding.
Okay, thanks, Imogen. Is there a way that you could put the fairy lights on there a little bit looser rather than having to do it on an annual?
It just leaves it more prone to vandalism, so the looser they are, the more likely people can get their hands in and pull on them.
Councillor Smith, Councillor Rutherford and Councillor Mathers.
Yeah, I just wondered if we had an example of the uplights, because I don't know what you're talking about, and if there's something on the ground facing up, wouldn't that be more prone to vandalism if they can?
The lighting is put in a protective case, so in terms of vandalism, we can make them very vandal-proof. In terms of the fairy lights, there's not much we can do to protect the cabling there.
Yeah.
Okay.
They do get vandals. Vandals pull them all the time because they're hanging down.
So you've got no example of the uplights? Because
we're currently
so you say in a box. How big is the box? Because they look a bit funny if they're all a big box underneath the trees.
They're about in a square box, and they shine up and they light up the canopy.
So they can't damage the box?
Or anything can be damaged, but we make them as vandal-proof as possible. But the way that we plan on installing them, we're expected to. They're a lot sturdier than the fairy light alternative.
Yeah. Mr Mayor, I'm just disappointed because if that's the option, because I mean I love looking up the street and seeing all the fairy lights. I think that's you don't have to go in front of them to appreciate fairy lights. You can see them from a distance, and you're saying with this one they won't be real obvious from a distance.
Councillor Rutherford.
Mr Mayor, I'd like to move option 2, that we replace the fairy lights.
Yep. Further questions, or do you have to move?
Well, I've foreshadowed that I will move option 2, and I'll just wait if there's any other questions. And
Councillor Mathers.
Thanks very much, Mr Mayor. Through you to Emma Jane. Emma Jane, how many, for option 1, how many uplights is council planning to put on each tree?
4.
4, so 1 on each. Yeah. So that it's and they're obviously all DMX controlled, so you can change the colours and that type of thing.
Yep. So it'd be very similar to the theming we do along Key Street.
Yeah, no, that's all right. Because I was just looking at the costings, and I figured there must be more than one light there. Because if you are going to uplight, you've got to uplight all 4 sides. Otherwise, if you're coming from behind the tree, you can't see it as well. So, all right. And the other question I've got is in regards to whatever option is chosen here today. Are we going to have the lighting sitting there ready to go so that when we unwrap the trees, we can do the maintenance and then put the lighting on or back up at the same time, so there's not a big delay?
Not at this stage, no. So the lighting lead time exceeds the time frame that we want to get the trees remediated in.
Okay.
Another question, Mr Mayor, if that's okay.
Yep.
So what sort of lead time is for the lighting?
12 to 16 weeks.
12 to 16 weeks. And we can't just leave the fairy lights on until they arrive?
Once the fairy lights are removed and the trees remediated, we do need to leave a little bit of time, but considering we've already pushed the removal, I wouldn't recommend it. It's not to say we couldn't though, it's just the risk of doing so.
No, I understand what you mean. I just sort of think, we're talking about these, these trees being harmed by the fairy lights, but I actually sent around some photos last night to councillors of trees that have grown up through cars, that have grown around motorbikes and literally swallowed things. So, I don't think fairy lights really are going to, over a few month period. I'm just wondering, why we need to leave the trees bare for for 3 months while they arrive.
Well, the other risk with the trees is that we do have some branches that are at risk of falling, particularly going into the storm season. We may see more damage. And in some instances, if we do get that damage, it will be the fairy lights holding the limbs, protecting, I guess, from falling. So I wouldn't recommend it, but it's certainly something we can look at and maybe see if we can leave some up, until the lights arrive. But there will be some where we would just have to take down for safety risks.
Thank you very much. And Mr Mayor, I'm happy to second option 2.
Councillor, we have a move in a second. Just a further question though, with the fairy lights, are there options there to look at different colours?
Yep, so that's option 3 in the report and it's currently not in budget.
The fairy lights, but you can change colours with them?
Yeah.
Yeah, the option 2 is just a clear one, yep, right. Yeah, right. Okay, we have a mover and a seconder. Oh, sorry, Councillor Latcham, I didn't see your light on there. Councillor Latcham.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. A question through to MJ, I'll make it very quick. Is there a possibility of having the best of both worlds, in that every second one could be fairy lights, like could be option 1, and every second one then could be option 2? So you could have a mixture and the best of both worlds, so to speak. Because they're the same price roughly.
Yeah, they are the same price roughly, and yes, we could certainly look at doing that.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Yeah, sorry.
On the fly,
well, be very clear with what your resolution is. Yeah, so if it's just option 2, it's option 2. If it's hybrid option 1 and 2, we'd be very, very clear what it is. So.
Councillor Rutherford, you moved, seconded. We'll go into debate. Councillor, you move.
Yeah, Mr Mayor, I think
Councillor
uplights are quite pretty in their right environment, but they certainly don't give anywhere near the same effect as what the fairy lights give. I think East Street has become quite iconic in its look with those fairy lights. It changed the whole impression of the CBD when those lights were still put on. They've featured in many of our tourism brochures, commercials and the like. I think they're probably as expensive as they are worth every cent of the ambience that they bring to East Street. And, I think we should certainly... There must be ways. We've seen fairy lights all around Australia, all around the world being used. So there has to be ways that we can do this and allow for the trees to grow and the good health of the trees. So I'm happy to move this motion.
Speaker against the motion, Councillor Latcham.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. It's probably, like I said, my preference is for a hybrid on the basis, as Councillor Rutherford said, fairy lights are great, and but on the other side of it, the RGB lights up. You can actually theme your colours through the CBD. You have the best of both worlds. You have your fairy lights, which we're recognised for those fairy lights, but then you also can then colour the streets at the same time. So you get a bit more flexibility in having options. So best of both worlds is my suggestion.
Okay, thanks, Councillor. Speaker for the motion.
Thanks very much, Mr Mayor. Look, I like the idea of having an option, but I think in regards to the way lighting normally works, is the more of it is when you get the real
ambience of it and the look of it. So I just think the whole street lit up the way it is with new type of ferry lighting would give the best result for us. So I'm happy to support option 2.
Another speaker against? If not, Councillor Rutherford, do you wish to wrap up the debate?
Oh, only to say, Mr Mayor, that Key Street has themed lighting, so just less than a block away there is themed lighting and up lighting, so I don't think it hurts to have a bit of a variety. That's all.
Okay, councillors, there's no further questions or debate. I'll put the motion. Those in favour? Those opposed? I'll record my vote against the motion. And Councillor Latcham as well. And myself. Okay, motion's carried. All right, that brings us to the end of our agenda items, councillors. No further items still on the agenda. No notice of motions. So, Councillor Mathers.
Yeah, Mr Mayor, thank you very much. I'd just like to move a notice of motion in regards to having a report brought to council next meeting in regards to the showgrounds and the use of the speedway track. I have spoken to Evan and the officers about it.
That's a...
Probably two parts. There's two parts, sorry, just to clarify, Councillor Mathers. You could raise that as a part of an urgent business matter or business question. Is it urgent? Is it not? That's probably the question asked. If you just want to do a notice of motion, you can just give me that notice of motion
and present it to the
and then that'll come to the next council meeting for the council to consider whether or not they'll accept your notice of motion to do the report. So there's probably two ways to go. Okay. It's whether or not determining whether or not the matter is an urgent matter.
Right.
Yeah.
And is it a question on notice?
No, it's probably not a question. It's
either
either going to be
for a report.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. No.
Well, I suppose my question was I did actually send out an email requesting that it came to this meeting, which is fine because apparently there's still some discussions happening in the background with the people involved. But I just think this is something that does need to be discussed around the table so that people can, be aware of the extent of it and the fact that we've got a multi-use venue that is now been made to only be a single-use venue, and that's not what the showgrounds is about. And I just would have liked to seen a report come to council so we could discuss it. Sorry. Oh, yes, sorry, yes, and there's definitely a time issue in regards to there's other sporting organisations that want to book maybe Queensland titles and some other events that time is running out for that to be those decisions.
Just working out how to approach it though. If you're calling for a report, you need a.
I'm happy for it to be urgent business if you don't want it as a notice of motion.
Yeah, it wouldn't be a notice of motion. Notice of motion would have been given...
Urgent business that a report be provided to the next...
council meeting. And probably the context of the report, what you're asking in the report.
Yeah, okay, so in regards to the context of the report is probably more so the speedway track. There's been alterations made by one of the users, which has now made that track only usable for that one user, and there's other people that want to use need to use the track.
Oh, Karen.
The surface of the speedway
Yeah,
track?
that's correct, yes. On the materials that have been used to modify the speedway track. I suppose what I'm asking for, Mr Mayor, is that we need to look at the track used to be a multi-use track. There was a surface there that it could be used for multiple motorsports and also livestock. It's had materials added to that track that have now made it only good for one particular sport. There's other sports, livestock and other sports now can't use it because of the material that's been added to that surface, when we've been using that same surface for decades and it's been a multi-use venue.
Mr Mayor, can we also include future use of centre ring as well? We touched on it the other day.
Evan?
Because
Maybe we could, without going through putting words there, Mr Mayor, into council, I could try and go away and for the 23rd do a report probably just on that, because there is some urgency around that, but I think there is probably another discussion that needs to happen about how that centre ring works that doesn't sit within a council meeting. So if you don't, I'll just commit to council that we'll do a report for the 23rd.
23rd
of January. That's our first council meeting.
Right.
And it'll just be on the surface of the track.
The running
That's all will be.
surface,
Or the interface of the users and the track surface.
Yeah, how we make that track surface usable for everybody involved.
Yeah. And in the future use of centre ring should be a workshop or something later on?
That's a big one to unpack, that one.
Right. Okay. Councillor, there be no further business. I'll declare the meeting closed and thank everyone for your attendance. Yeah. Thank you.
Taking the good with the ups and downs. I wanna see how the world turns round. Let's go adventure in the deep blue sea. Home is with you wherever that may be. Home is with you wherever that may be.